What if the world's most famous lost city wasn't born from fantasy, but from real places that drowned? If a story survives for 2,400 years, is it a memory, a warning, or both? And when water wins, does it take only land, or also the truth about how it happened? Welcome to the 101 Archive. Tonight we'll trace the Atlantis story to its roots, through ruins that slipped underwater, earthquakes that cracked the seafloor, and the one philosopher who turned the fall of a city into a warning for humanity. We'll journey from worlds that vanished overnight to maps that tease us with circles of stone, from volcanic winters to forgotten ports buried in sand, from hard evidence to the myths we still keep because they feel true. No clickbait, only the clues that survived. Take a slow breath. Let's begin where legend first touched the shore, with real ruins that may have sparked the myth. Long before Plato wrote a single word about Atlantis, Greece already knew the sound of a city collapsing into the sea. The memory of vanished settlements lingered in myths, in the voices of fishermen who claimed that under calm nights you could still hear bells from beneath the waves. That imagery didn't come from imagination alone, it came from events that Greeks had seen with their own eyes. Archaeologists and historians note that entire towns along the Corinthian Gulf had vanished centuries before Plato's time, swallowed by the ground after violent earthquakes. For ancient observers, it was proof that the sea could punish arrogance as easily as the gods could. The first major fact in this story begins in the 5th century BCE, when Greek writers already used the phrase sunken land as a warning. Their coasts were restless. They lived with the awareness that the solid ground beneath them could turn to liquid in moments. Modern geology confirms that Greece sits atop one of the most active seismic zones in the world. Subduction between the African and Eurasian plates causes frequent tremors, and when those shocks strike river deltas, the soil can liquefy, a process unknown to the ancients but vividly recorded by them. What they described as divine retribution was, in physical terms, a natural catastrophe waiting to happen. The next key element lies in how these lived experiences slowly transformed into cautionary tales. The Greeks didn't separate myth from history the way we do. For them, memory blurred into metaphor. When Hesiod wrote about races of men destroyed by floods or fire, he wasn't inventing at random. He was echoing stories of earlier disasters. Modern sediment cores from Mediterranean coasts confirm layers of tsunami debris that coincide with such oral traditions. The sea really had risen more than once to claim the land. Out of this tension between eyewitness testimony and moral symbolism, the perfect narrative seed was planted, one that a philosopher could later shape into Atlantis. A third strand appears in the word itself. Atlantis comes from Atlas, the Titan who held up the sky. To Greeks, he stood at the furthest edge of the known world, near the Western Ocean. Even before Plato, poets placed islands beyond those limits, homes of heroes and lost peoples. The concept of a distant, radiant civilization that perished because of hubris was therefore already part of the cultural vocabulary. Plato didn't invent it, he refined it. By his time, the notion of a land beyond the pillars of Heracles symbolized everything unreachable and idealized. The leap from poetic metaphor to philosophical argument was a short one. Still, the transformation from scattered stories to a single coherent legend needed one final catalyst, an actual city swallowed by the earth within living memory. That event arrived in the winter of 373 BCE, when the ground beneath Helike cracked open after a violent quake. Ancient writers like Diodorus, Strabo, and Pausanias later described how the city's temples, houses, and people disappeared as the sea rushed in. Fishermen reported seeing rooftops beneath the water for years afterward. Modern excavations have verified the account. Under layers of sediment, archaeologists found streets, pottery, and coins from the classical period, all consistent with a sudden subsidence. Here lay the blueprint for Plato's later parable, an advanced polis destroyed overnight, punished, as moralists said, for pride. Helike's fate circulated quickly among scholars in Athens. The philosopher would have heard about it, perhaps even spoken to witnesses. To a mind like Plato's, the story offered something irresistible, tangible evidence of nature enacting justice. Yet it wasn't enough merely to repeat it, he wanted to universalize it. So when he wrote Timaeus and Critias a decade later, he took the local tragedy of Helike and amplified it into cosmic scale. His new civilization, Atlantis, would rise not beside the Corinthian Gulf, but beyond the edges of the known world, a stage large enough for moral philosophy to unfold. The next fact complicates the picture further. In those dialogues, Plato claimed that the story came from Egypt, told to Solon by priests at Sais centuries earlier. Whether that conversation ever happened remains uncertain, but the mechanism itself reveals something about ancient credibility. To a Greek audience, invoking Egypt, the land of monumental age, gave authority. Egypt symbolized deep time, archives, and divine wisdom. By anchoring his tale there, Plato ensured that his listeners would treat it not as invention, but as recovered memory. The priestly origin also shifted the setting from local observation to global mystery, allowing readers to imagine an event older than any known flood. But geological evidence now shows that Plato's supposed chronology, 9,000 years before Solon, makes no historical sense. No known civilization existed at that time with the technological or architectural sophistication he described. The Bronze Age cities he might have drawn inspiration from, such as Knossos or Akrotiri, flourished barely a millennium and a half before his own era, not 9. The exaggeration served a literary function. Distance in time created mythic gravity. The further away Atlantis stood, the safer it was from verification, and the easier it became to use as a symbol. If that were the whole story, the legend would remain a simple moral fable. But the fourth and most decisive fact in this first block grounds the myth back in real experience. Modern marine geology has traced the deltaic soils near ancient Helike and shown how small shifts in groundwater pressure can trigger sudden collapses. Within hours, entire tracts of land can subside several meters, letting seawater rush in. The eyewitnesses who described a sound like thunder beneath the earth were accurate observers of a phenomenon we now call liquefaction. What seemed divine was mechanical, what seemed punishment was physics. Yet the emotional impact of seeing a city vanish remained so powerful that it transcended explanation. It became archetype. From that moment, the Greeks possessed a living image of a drowned city, a template of hubris, tragedy, and mystery. When Plato spoke of Atlantis disappearing in a single day and night of misfortune, his listeners didn't need proof. They had Helike. They had seen what earth and sea could do. That is why the myth took hold so quickly. It resonated with truth, not in its dates or geography, but in its emotional accuracy. The sea really did take cities. The ground really did betray the proud. You can imagine the philosopher walking through Athens, hearing news from travellers about fissures opening along the Gulf, about bodies found entombed in clay, about merchants who lost ships as the coastline changed overnight. For a thinker obsessed with the balance between reason and excess, such events confirmed his worldview. Civilizations rise through virtue, he taught, and fall through arrogance. Atlantis became the canvas on which to paint that idea, but its outlines were drawn by real disasters, by places like Helike, where myth and geology first converged. And so, the first true chapter in the Atlantis saga isn't written in philosophy, but in mud. Beneath modern farmland, near the village of Rosomelos, Greek and international teams have unearthed pavements, coins of the Achaean League, and ceramics precisely from 373 BCE, the date ancient historians gave for the catastrophe. The evidence shows a sudden burial under marine sediments, later covered by silt from a river delta that advanced over the centuries. In sonar scans, faint walls still trace the grid of streets once aligned toward the Gulf. For the first time, science confirms that the ancient testimonies were not metaphors. A city really had sunk. If you stand there today, you see quiet fields, olive trees, and in the distance, the calm blue of the Corinthian Gulf. Nothing betrays the violence that happened underfoot, yet that silence carries the weight of the first Atlantis, the one Plato didn't have to invent because it had already existed. Helike's ruins whisper a message older than philosophy, that the boundary between land and sea is never fixed, and that human certainty can vanish overnight. This is the foundation on which every later search for Atlantis rests. Without Helike, the idea might never have gained credibility. Without the memories of drowned houses and the moral lesson attached to them, Plato's story would have seemed pure fantasy. Instead, it felt possible, dangerously possible, and that possibility became the spark that ignited centuries of exploration, speculation, and longing for a lost world beneath the waves. Because if one city could disappear, perhaps another had, and if one could be rediscovered, maybe the greatest of them all still waited below, preserved by silence and silt, waiting for someone to prove that myth was simply history we had forgotten to remember. The story of Helike doesn't end with the shock of its disappearance. Its ruins became a mirror that Greeks would keep looking into for centuries, a visible reminder that even sacred cities could drown. Historians later wrote that for years after the earthquake, fishermen casting their nets along the Gulf could still see columns and roofs shimmering beneath the water. To them, it was not just tragedy, it was proof that the sea had memory. And when they told travellers about the ghost city below the waves, they were also passing on a warning: nothing built by humans is immune to the movements of the earth. Archaeologists who returned to the site in the late 20th century realized how precise those ancient accounts had been. Beneath meters of clay and silt, they found well-preserved pottery, household objects, and coins frozen in the exact layers described by classical writers. The strata show two distinct moments of destruction. First, the quake itself, and then a secondary flood that sealed the ruins. The process was natural but complex. Seismic shaking caused the delta soils to liquefy, opening fissures that swallowed streets whole. Then a tsunami triggered by the same quake surged inland, covering the new depression with seawater. When the tide receded, a city was gone. What the ancients called punishment, modern geophysics identifies as a textbook example of seismic liquefaction and coastal subsidence. Yet Helike's mystery deepened over time. The region gradually silted up, and by the Roman era, the shoreline had advanced nearly 2 kilometers outward. The drowned city now lay buried under farmland, invisible but not forgotten. Travelers still spoke of strange shapes under the shallow water. Medieval monks wrote of an unholy town punished for its impiety. The facts had blurred, but the pattern had set. A prosperous community lost to the elements, remembered as a moral lesson. That pattern would soon find its philosophical author. When Plato began composing his late dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, he had already been reflecting on the fragility of civilizations. Athens had recently suffered political turmoil, and the philosopher wanted to illustrate how societies decay when pride outruns wisdom. The tale he built drew from real events like Helike, but placed them in a mythic scale. He told of a mighty island empire, larger than Libya and Asia combined, rich in resources, disciplined by law, yet ultimately corrupted by ambition. Its armies once marched eastward, threatening the virtuous Athenians of prehistory. Then came the gods' judgment. Earthquakes and floods swallowed the island in a single day and night. Readers recognized the echo of Helike instantly, but now magnified to cosmic dimensions. Still, there was an art to how Plato framed the story. He didn't claim to have invented it. He said he was merely repeating an ancient Egyptian account. According to the dialogue, the Athenian lawgiver Solon had visited Egypt 2 centuries earlier and spoken with priests at Sais, who told him of a cataclysm 9,000 years before his time. These priests, Plato wrote, kept records of civilizations far older than Greece. The implication was deliberate. Atlantis wasn't legend, but history preserved in hieroglyphs. For an audience accustomed to treating Egypt as the cradle of wisdom, The claim was irresistible. It gave his moral tale a foundation of authenticity, even if that foundation rested on sand. Scholars today see through the rhetorical strategy. Egyptian archives from Sais, though largely lost, show no trace of any Atlantis-like narrative. The 9,000 years figure collapses under scrutiny. No complex state-level society existed in that remote epoch. The timeline predates even the earliest known agriculture along the Nile. But Plato's audience didn't know that, and precision wasn't his goal. The vast distance in time served to detach the moral from any identifiable culture. Atlantis could stand for every empire that grows arrogant, not for one city alone. As modern researchers dissect the text, they notice how closely it mirrors Greek storytelling conventions. The concentric ring city with alternating zones of land and water symbolizes harmony until pride disturbs it. The perfect geometry becomes a cage. The philosopher's language of circles and measure links directly to his broader metaphysics. A just society, like a well-proportioned circle, collapses when it loses balance. That symbolism explains the exaggerated precision of his descriptions, study accounts, canal widths, temple measurements. These were not architectural blueprints. They were allegorical numbers encoding philosophical ratios. Yet readers, ancient and modern, took them literally, turning metaphor into map. If the text had ended cleanly, perhaps the legend would have faded as a parable. But the dialogue, Critias, breaks off mid-sentence, leaving Atlantis submerged and unresolved. That abrupt silence gave future generations permission to fill in the gaps. Was Plato about to reveal survivors? Another war? A hidden archive? Nobody knew. The unfinished ending became an invitation to imagine, and in that uncertainty, the myth gained immortality. Even Aristotle, Plato's own student, reportedly dismissed the story as invention, but the damage was done. Once an idea of perfection lost had entered the cultural bloodstream, it could not be retracted. Over the centuries, later authors expanded the gaps. Some placed Atlantis in the far Atlantic, others beneath the Mediterranean. Philosophers debated whether Plato meant a literal island or a metaphor for the human soul. But underlying every reinterpretation lay the memory of real destruction. The Greeks didn't need to believe in a distant supercontinent to understand what he meant. They had walked past the drowned plain of Helike and seen proof that land itself could vanish. To them, Atlantis was simply the echo of a pattern they already knew too well. Modern archaeology now bridges these worlds of myth and matter. In the 1990s, Greek and American teams used ground-penetrating radar and magnetometers around the delta of the Selinus River, identifying anomalies that matched classical descriptions of Helike's layout. Subsequent digs uncovered coins stamped with the city's emblem, dedicated to the god Poseidon, the same deity Plato later named as Atlantis' patron. The parallel is striking. Both cities were maritime powers. Both revered the sea god, both fell in earthquakes and floods. It is almost certain that the philosopher, hearing such stories firsthand, wove them into his grand allegory. He didn't need imagination. The evidence lay at home. The resonance grew stronger when scientists mapped the seabed of the Gulf of Corinth. They found subsided terraces, relics of ancient coastlines, and buried lagoons matching the pattern of rings that Plato described. Though purely natural formations, they demonstrate how easily geology can mimic design. To a philosopher seeking symbols, such shapes would seem like nature confirming his vision. The next twist in the story, however, belongs not to Athens, but to time itself. As centuries passed, the original link between Helike and Atlantis faded. Future seekers forgot the humble delta that had inspired the myth and looked instead to distant oceans, convinced that the greater the distance, the greater the mystery. Even so, Helike continued to haunt the landscape. Pausanias, writing in the 2nd century CE, reported that travellers could still see the ruins under shallow water, and that offerings were made to Poseidon there, as if the god still guarded his drowned city. For modern historians, that persistence of ritual underscores how deep the connection between faith and geology ran in Greek culture. Disaster didn't erase worship, it relocated it. The sacred simply moved beneath the sea. What Helike teaches us, and what Plato transformed, is that myth often begins as an eyewitness report. People see catastrophe, lose meaning, and then rebuild it through story. Each retelling smooths rough edges until tragedy becomes parable, but under those layers of metaphor, the sediments of fact remain. Earthquakes, subsidence, deltaic shifts, these are the fingerprints left behind by the real Atlantis prototype. In recent decades, drone imaging and 3D photogrammetry have recreated the ancient city digitally, allowing researchers to drain the modern Gulf and visualize what the landscape looked like before the quake. The reconstructions show temples, streets, and port structures lying precisely where ancient testimonies placed them. When the simulated waters rise again, the entire area disappears under blue, the same spectacle Plato described of an island swallowed whole. The boundary between philosophy and fieldwork has rarely been so thin, and that is the enduring power of Helike's mystery. It anchors the Atlantis legend in verifiable soil, while preserving the moral that Plato wanted to teach. Pride and neglect, whether civic or intellectual, always precede the fall. The philosopher offered a cosmic allegory. Geology confirms a human one. Both converge on the same warning. Civilizations end not only through violence, but through forgetting the forces that sustain them. As you imagine that coastline still trembling beneath modern Greece, remember that every earthquake here replays a fragment of that ancient story. The same tectonic forces that destroyed Helike continue to build and break the ground today. The myth of Atlantis was born from these tremors, a philosophical aftershock of real quakes. And if history tends to repeat itself, the sound of another collapse may already be forming somewhere beneath the sea, waiting to remind us once again how easily the solid world can drown. By the time Plato's dialogues began to circulate in Athens, the idea of a boundary between the known and the unknowable world was already older than the Parthenon itself. To understand what he meant by beyond the pillars of Heracles, you have to picture how limited the Greek map of the world really was. For most of the classical era, the Mediterranean was the entire horizon of civilization, a closed bowl of water bordered by familiar names: Libya to the south, Asia to the east, Europe to the north. Everything west of the narrow straits near modern Gibraltar was mystery, a place where the sun fell into the sea each night and the ocean began. The philosopher chose that frontier carefully. For his readers, it meant the edge of order. Ancient navigators knew the passage that later ages would call the Strait of Gibraltar, but they viewed it less as a corridor and more as a gate. Heracles, the mythic hero who had once laboured across the world, was said to have torn the mountains apart to open the strait. The twin promontories, Calpe on the European side and Abila on the African, became his pillars, marking the limits of human travel. Greek sailors carved them on maps as vertical columns at the world's rim, a symbolic border between the safe Mediterranean and the wild Atlantic. Plato's decision to set Atlantis beyond them wasn't arbitrary. It was a narrative act that moved the story from history into legend. Anything placed past those pillars belonged automatically to a realm of marvels and monsters. Even so, the philosophers and geographers of the time had begun to collect scattered reports from that forbidden west. Traders from Gadara, modern Cadiz, spoke of fertile lands along the Atlantic coast of Iberia, and of rivers rich in silver. To them, the region of Tartessos was real, a powerful kingdom that had traded with Phoenicians for centuries before vanishing from the record. Herodotus, writing a century before Plato, described its legendary king Arganthonios and its immense wealth. The Greeks considered it the last civilized outpost before the endless ocean. This blurred zone between known Iberia and the mysterious sea beyond became a natural place for legends of a lost empire to take root. Atlantis, situated just past the pillars, was not nowhere. It was a reflection of this dimly remembered frontier. Archaeological evidence now reinforces how close that association may have been. The Guadalquivir Delta in southern Spain, once home to Tartessos, has yielded Bronze Age settlements with signs of advanced metallurgy and far-reaching trade. Their decline coincided with shifting river courses and seismic disturbances that transformed wetlands into lagoons. The pattern prosperity followed by disappearance would have fascinated a philosopher looking for moral parables. In that landscape of vanishing ports and drowned marshes, the seeds of the Atlantis geography were already germinating. When Plato wrote of circular harbours and canals linking city rings to the sea, he may have been echoing coastal structures familiar from Iberian and North African settlements described by traders. What's striking is how the text itself uses geography as metaphor. Atlantis sits west of the Pillars, but its political and ethical meaning lies east, in the contrast with ancient Athens. The philosopher paints two civilizations in opposition, one vast, wealthy, and domineering, the other modest, virtuous, and self-restrained. His moral drama unfolds not in space, but in value. Yet to make the lesson persuasive, he had to locate the villain somewhere believable. The Atlantic frontier, half real, half imagined, offered exactly that stage. As later commentators observed, Plato's Atlantic Ocean wasn't the boundless expanse we picture today. To the Greeks, it was a relatively narrow strip of sea, bordered by lands they only half understood. Mauritania, Iberia, the Canary archipelago, perhaps glimpsed by Phoenicians. When he wrote that Atlantis lay in front of the Pillars, he might have meant not thousands of miles away, but directly west, on a continental shelf that indeed existed before post-glacial sea level rise drowned it. Modern bathymetry confirms a submerged plain, extending from the Strait toward the Atlantic, a geological detail Plato could never have known, but one that keeps modern believers searching. That coincidence between text and topography keeps the debate alive. Yet the philosopher's contemporaries understood his language differently. Beyond the Pillars also meant beyond the limits of the polis, outside the sphere of law and measure. It was the landscape of excess, of giants and transgression. Atlantis's location, therefore, symbolized its moral condition, a society that had crossed boundaries both literal and ethical. The description of concentric circles of land and water mirrored the perfect geometry of an ordered world, but the story's end, submersion, signified what happens when order loses center. The geography served as philosophy in disguise. Ancient cartographers soon tried to fix the location, turning metaphor back into map. Some placed the lost island west of Africa, others near Sicily or even in the Black Sea. The ambiguity of the text invited projection. Centuries later, when Roman writers encountered the ruins of forgotten ports around the Mediterranean, they labeled them Atlantean, almost by reflex. The word had already become shorthand for ancient and destroyed. That linguistic evolution tells us how thoroughly Plato's metaphor fused with real geography. Once the story entered collective imagination, every ruin near water became suspect, every earthquake a possible repetition. To modern researchers, the fascination lies not only in where Atlantis was imagined, but in how the story changed Greek thinking about the ocean itself. Before Plato, the sea was both enemy and pathway. After him, it became archive. Beneath the waves might lie proof of moral failure or of greatness undone. This psychological shift from fearing the sea to seeing it as keeper of secrets set the stage for 2 millennia of underwater speculation. Each new discovery of ruins or fossils along a coast seemed to whisper confirmation. Maritime archaeology, tracing the evolution of Greek ports, reveals how awareness of the sea's volatility shaped architecture. Many classical harbours show repairs after earthquakes, breakwaters rebuilt after sudden subsidence. Engineers of the era wrote about the challenge of maintaining foundations where land breathes. These practical experiences would have reached Plato through his student networks, adding realism to his descriptions. When he wrote of quays, canals, and circular harbours, so vast that triremes could pass in both directions. He was borrowing the vocabulary of real maritime design, but magnified into utopian proportion. The scale was fantasy, the details were observation. What keeps scholars debating, even today, is how carefully the philosopher balanced precision and impossibility. The measurements in Critias use Greek stadia, translating to hundreds of kilometers, absurd for any island nation in the Bronze Age, yet the proportions 5:3, 10:1, mirror ratios found in Platonic geometry and harmonic theory. They symbolize cosmic balance, not engineering. Modern readers often miss that code and read the numbers literally, prompting endless expeditions to match them on a map. Each expedition replays the same misunderstanding, mistaking moral algebra for cartography. Still, those numbers have a peculiar persistence. When bathymetric surveys of the Atlantic revealed mid-ocean ridges and undersea plateaus in the 19th century, explorers immediately labelled them with Atlantean names. The Pillars of Heracles became not just the Strait of Gibraltar, but a motif repeated worldwide, markers of threshold between known land and the unknown deep. Plato's poetic geography had by accident anticipated the way modern science would chart the ocean floor, as a place of boundaries, rifts, and hidden continents. His metaphor outlived his philosophy. The connection between myth and measurement doesn't end there. Recent geological models show that during the last ice age, sea levels were about 120 meters lower than today, exposing vast coastal plains on both sides of Gibraltar. Those plains could have supported human settlements, later lost to rising water. To a culture that revered continuity and feared oblivion, such losses would naturally be woven into cosmology. In that sense, Atlantis might not represent one event, but a synthesis of many, each flood, each quake, each vanished port condensed into a single emblem. It's easy to see how the story resonated with later generations navigating uncertain worlds. Hellenistic sailors venturing into the Atlantic found themselves retracing the mythical route of Atlantis, crossing the same outer sea their ancestors had only imagined. For them, every wave carried the echo of that vanished empire. What began as a philosopher's cautionary tale became a navigator's legend, then a scholar's riddle. The boundaries shifted again, from moral to geographical, from allegory to archaeology. And that transformation tells us something crucial about human curiosity. When faced with the unknown, we prefer stories that make absence meaningful. Atlantis gave shape to the fear of the horizon, the idea that beyond the last visible shore lies not emptiness, but memory. The Pillars of Heracles were never just rocks at a strait. They were psychological markers, the edges of what civilization dares to imagine. Plato placed his lost world just beyond them, because that is where every civilization projects both its dreams and its disasters. So when you look westward from the cliffs of Gibraltar today, the line where the Atlantic begins is more than a geographical border. It is the birthplace of a metaphor that has steered human imagination for 24 centuries. Behind that line stretches the real ocean, restless and indifferent. Before it, the mental map of every empire that fears sinking under its own weight. Somewhere between the two, the philosopher's vision still drifts, a caution carried by tides, reminding us that the world's edge is never where we think it is. By the time Plato's dialogues began to circulate in Athens, the idea of a boundary between the known and the unknowable world was already older than the Parthenon itself. To understand what he meant by beyond the Pillars of Heracles, you have to picture how limited the Greek map of the world really was. For most of the classical era, the Mediterranean was the entire horizon of civilization, a closed bowl of water bordered by familiar names, Libya to the south, Asia to the east, Europe to the north. Everything west of the narrow straits near modern Gibraltar was mystery, a place where the sun fell into the sea each night and the ocean began. The philosopher chose that frontier carefully. For his readers, it meant the edge of order. Ancient navigators knew the passage that later ages would call the Strait of Gibraltar, but they viewed it less as a corridor and more as a gate. Heracles, the mythic hero, who had once laboured across the world, was said to have torn the mountains apart to open the strait. The twin promontories, Calpe on the European side and Abila on the African, became his pillars, marking the limits of human travel. Greek sailors carved them on maps as vertical columns at the world's rim, a symbolic border between the safe Mediterranean and the wild Atlantic. Plato's decision to set Atlantis beyond them wasn't arbitrary. It was a narrative act that moved the story from history into legend. Anything placed past those pillars belonged automatically to a realm of marvels and monsters. Even so, the philosophers and geographers of the time had begun to collect scattered reports from that forbidden west. Traders from Gadara, modern Cadiz, spoke of fertile lands along the Atlantic coast of Iberia and of rivers rich in silver. To them, the region of Tartessos was real, a powerful kingdom that had traded with Phoenicians for centuries before, vanishing from the record. Herodotus, writing a century before Plato, described its legendary king Arganthonios and its immense wealth. The Greeks considered it the last civilized outpost before the endless ocean. This blurred zone between known Iberia and the mysterious sea beyond became a natural place for legends of a lost empire to take root. Atlantis, situated just past the pillars, was not nowhere. It was a reflection of this dimly remembered frontier. Archaeological evidence now reinforces how close that association may have been. The Guadalquivir Delta in southern Spain, once home to Tartessos, has yielded Bronze Age settlements with signs of advanced metallurgy and far-reaching trade. Their decline coincided with shifting river courses and seismic disturbances that transformed wetlands into lagoons. The pattern prosperity followed by disappearance would have fascinated a philosopher looking for moral parables. In that landscape of vanishing ports and drowned marshes, the seeds of the Atlantis geography were already germinating. When Plato wrote of circular harbours and canals linking city rings to the sea, he may have been echoing coastal structures familiar from Iberian and North African settlements described by traders. What's striking is how the text itself uses geography as metaphor. Atlantis sits west of the pillars, but its political and ethical meaning lies east, in the contrast with ancient Athens. The philosopher paints two civilizations in opposition, one vast, wealthy, and domineering, the other modest, virtuous, and self-restrained. His moral drama unfolds not in space but in value. Yet to make the lesson persuasive, he had to locate the villain somewhere believable. The Atlantic frontier, half real, half imagined, offered exactly that stage. As later commentators observed, Plato's Atlantic Ocean wasn't the boundless expanse we picture today. To the Greeks, it was a relatively narrow strip of sea, bordered by lands they only half understood: Mauritania, Iberia, the Canary archipelago, perhaps glimpsed by Phoenicians. When he wrote that Atlantis lay in front of the pillars, he might have meant not thousands of miles away, but directly west, on a continental shelf that indeed existed before post-glacial sea level rise drowned it. Modern bathymetry confirms a submerged plain extending from the strait toward the Atlantic, a geological detail Plato could never have known, but one that keeps modern believers searching. That coincidence between text and topography keeps the debate alive. Yet the philosopher's contemporaries understood his language differently. Beyond the pillars also meant beyond the limits of the polis, outside the sphere of law and measure. It was the landscape of excess, of giants and transgression. Atlantis's location, therefore, symbolized its moral condition, a society that had crossed boundaries, both literal and ethical. The description of concentric circles of land and water mirrored the perfect geometry of an ordered world. But the story's end, submersion, signified what happens when order loses center. The geography served as philosophy in disguise. Ancient cartographers soon tried to fix the location, turning metaphor back into map. Some placed the lost island west of Africa, others near Sicily or even in the Black Sea. The ambiguity of the text invited projection. Centuries later, When Roman writers encountered the ruins of forgotten ports around the Mediterranean, they labelled them Atlantean, almost by reflex. The word had already become shorthand for ancient and destroyed. That linguistic evolution tells us how thoroughly Plato's metaphor fused with real geography. Once the story entered collective imagination, every ruin near water became suspect, every earthquake a possible repetition. To modern researchers, the fascination lies not only in where Atlantis was imagined, but in how the story changed Greek thinking about the ocean itself. Before Plato, the sea was both enemy and pathway. After him, it became archive. Beneath the waves might lie proof of moral failure or of greatness undone. This psychological shift from fearing the sea to seeing it as keeper of secrets set the stage for 2 millennia of underwater speculation. Each new discovery of ruins or fossils along a coast seemed to whisper confirmation. Maritime archaeology, tracing the evolution of Greek ports, reveals how awareness of the sea's volatility shaped architecture. Many classical harbours show repairs after earthquakes, breakwaters rebuilt after sudden subsidence. Engineers of the era wrote about the challenge of maintaining foundations where land breathes. These practical experiences would have reached Plato through his student networks, adding realism to his descriptions. When he wrote of quays, canals and circular harbours so vast that triremes could pass in both directions, he was borrowing the vocabulary of real maritime design but magnified into utopian proportion. The scale was fantasy, the details were observation. What keeps scholars debating, even today, is how carefully the philosopher balanced precision and impossibility. The measurements in Critias use Greek stadia, translating to hundreds of kilometres, absurd for any island nation in the Bronze Age. Yet the proportions, 5:3, 10:1, mirror ratios found in Platonic geometry and harmonic theory. They symbolise cosmic balance, not engineering. Modern readers often miss that code and read the numbers literally, prompting endless expeditions to match them on a map. Each expedition replays the same misunderstanding, mistaking moral algebra for cartography. Still, those numbers have a peculiar persistence. When bathymetric surveys of the Atlantic revealed mid-ocean ridges and undersea plateaus in the 19th century, explorers immediately labelled them with Atlantean names. The Pillars of Heracles became not just the Strait of Gibraltar, but a motif repeated worldwide, markers of threshold between known land and the unknown deep. Plato's poetic geography had by accident anticipated the way modern science would chart the ocean floor, as a place of boundaries, rifts and hidden continents. His metaphor outlived his philosophy. The connection between myth and measurement doesn't end there. Recent geological models show that during the last ice age, sea levels were about 120 meters lower than today, exposing vast coastal plains on both sides of Gibraltar. Those plains could have supported human settlements, later lost to rising water. To a culture that revered continuity and feared oblivion, such losses would naturally be woven into cosmology. In that sense, Atlantis might not represent one event, but a synthesis of many, each flood, each quake, each vanished port, condensed into a single emblem. It's easy to see how the story resonated with later generations, navigating uncertain worlds. Hellenistic sailors venturing into the Atlantic found themselves retracing the mythical route of Atlantis, crossing the same outer sea their ancestors had only imagined. For them, every wave carried the echo of that vanished empire. What began as a philosopher's cautionary tale became a navigator's legend, then a scholar's riddle. The boundary shifted again from moral to geographical, from allegory to archaeology. And that transformation tells us something crucial about human curiosity. When faced with the unknown, we prefer stories that make absence meaningful. Atlantis gave shape to the fear of the horizon, the idea that beyond the last visible shore lies not emptiness, but memory. The Pillars of Heracles were never just rocks at a strait. They were psychological markers, the edges of what civilization dares to imagine. Plato placed his lost world just beyond them, because that is where every civilization projects both its dreams and its disasters. So when you look westward from the cliffs of Gibraltar today, the line where the Atlantic begins is more than a geographical border. It is the birthplace of a metaphor that has steered human imagination for 24 centuries. Behind that line stretches the real ocean, restless and indifferent. Before it, the mental map of every empire that fears sinking under its own weight. Somewhere between the two, the philosopher's vision still drifts, a caution carried by tides, reminding us that the world's edge is never where we think it is. The Aegean is a restless sea. It has always been a place where land and water renegotiate their boundaries, where volcanoes rise, collapse, and rise again. On one of its southern islands, a mountain once stood so high that sailors used it to navigate by day. Then, without warning, the mountain exploded. The event would become one of the defining geological catastrophes of human prehistory, and in its ash Plato's Atlantis would later find its most convincing mirror. Thera, today known as Santorini, was the crown of the Minoan world. Around the middle of the 2nd millennium BCE, it flourished as part of a network of islands, trading olive oil, wine, and ceramics from Crete to Anatolia and Egypt. Archaeologists, uncovering the buried city of Akrotiri, found streets lined with multi-story houses, frescoes of dolphins and lilies, plumbing systems, and storerooms stocked with jars sealed thousands of years ago. Nothing about the site suggests isolation. Everything speaks of prosperity, artistry, and confidence. For centuries it lay quietly above a caldera that everyone assumed was dormant. Then the sea began to tremble. Core samples from around the Aegean tell the sequence with precision. First came a rain of fine ash that darkened the sun. Then pyroclastic surges swept the island clean. When the volcano finally tore itself apart, it ejected between 30 and 60 cubic kilometers of material, more than Krakatoa in 1883, nearly equal to Tambora. The eruption ripped the island's heart out, leaving a gaping caldera that filled with seawater and collapsed inward. Every village within tens of kilometers would have heard the detonation. For the Bronze Age Aegean, it was the day the sky fell. At Akrotiri, the buried evidence captures the moment just before destruction. Walls still stand chest high, frescoes remain vivid, but no human remains have been found. It seems the inhabitants fled after the first tremors, perhaps days before the final blast. They took their valuables and boarded ships that would never return. The tsunamis generated by the collapse raced across the sea, slamming into northern Crete with waves perhaps 15 meters high. Along Crete's northern coast, layers of marine sand, mixed with pottery fragments and animal bones, testify to sudden inundation. Even inland, salt water penetrated farmland, destroying crops for years. This is not speculation. These are measurable scars, found in drill cores and sediment profiles. Volcanologists estimate that the column of ash reached the stratosphere, injecting sulfur aerosols that dimmed sunlight across the hemisphere. Tree ring chronologies from Ireland to California record growth anomalies dating to roughly the same decades, implying a brief volcanic winter. Ice cores from Greenland contain a matching sulfate spike. The global climate impact may have lasted only a few years, but for the Bronze Age economies dependent on stable harvests, even one failed season could trigger collapse. The timing of the Minoan decline fits perfectly within that chain of cause and effect. Yet the story is not as simple as a single eruption ending a civilization. Crete's palaces survived for several generations after Thera blew apart. The second palace of Knossos functioned well into the 14th century BCE. What changed was balance. The once dominant sea traders of the Minoan realm lost ships, harbours, and confidence. Earthquakes followed the eruption, and the Mycenaean mainland powers soon moved to fill the vacuum. Atlantis, in Plato's telling, is punished for imperial overreach. The Minoan world was undone by nature's indifference. But the image of sudden drowning, of proud harbours lost to the sea, resonates perfectly between myth and record. The dating of the Thera eruption has occupied scientists for decades, Radiocarbon analysis of charred olive branches buried in the ash suggests a window around 1627–1600 BCE, while archaeological synchronization with Egyptian artifacts points slightly later, near 1550 BCE. The discrepancy of a few decades has fueled lively debate, but both ranges predate Plato by more than 1,000 years, close enough for a cultural echo to survive through oral tradition. The dust veil from Thera could have darkened skies as far as Egypt, where scribes recorded years of noise and darkness. Some scholars see in those texts an ancestral memory of the same event that Greek poets would transform into tales of floods and fire raining from the heavens. Across the Aegean, the eruption's fingerprint appears in microscopic layers, shards of volcanic glass embedded in lake beds, on seafloors, even inside Egyptian delta sediments. Each grain is a timestamp, marking how far the blast reached. It is one of the rare ancient disasters for which we can trace both human response and geological evidence with equal clarity. In that dual visibility, the parallel to Atlantis becomes compelling. Plato wrote of a world destroyed by earthquakes and floods in a single night. The Thera event produced both on a scale the ancient imagination could barely contain. Archaeologists excavating Akrotiri call it the Pompeii of the Bronze Age, but the comparison is imperfect. Pompeii was frozen in death, Akrotiri is frozen in absence. The empty streets tell of foresight, not surprise. The people understood warning signs, the smell of sulfur, the trembling ground, and they fled. That absence itself is a message. Disaster may be natural, but survival depends on recognizing patterns. The philosopher's moral about hubris finds a geological counterpart in the Minoan's failure to read those signals soon enough. The frescoes from the site offer another layer of meaning. One wall painting shows ships departing from a harbour filled with spectators. Scholars long interpreted it as a festival procession. Now some wonder if it might record the very evacuation before the eruption. If so, the image captures the moment. Myth would later dramatize a civilization at its height, celebrating its own mastery of the sea, unaware that the sea was about to reclaim everything. The artistry of that painting, preserved under volcanic tuff, makes it easy to see why Plato's audience, hearing of an island empire swallowed by water, would think of Thera even if he never named it. Modern geological surveys of Santorini reveal that the island's caldera is still active. Minor eruptions in 1956 and continuous fumaroles remind residents that the monster beneath remains alive. Beneath the bay, magma slowly refills the chamber that emptied 35 centuries ago. Instruments record the crust lifting and settling by centimeters each year. Living on the rim of that caldera is to live inside history's laboratory of catastrophe. For scientists, it is a window into how ancient myths are born from natural rhythms. For locals, it is a daily rehearsal of awe. The connection between Thera and Atlantis persists not because of coincidence, but because both stories speak the same language: excess, beauty, and punishment by water. The Minoans built palaces adorned with images of dolphins and waves, celebrating harmony with the sea. When the sea turned against them, their very art became prophecy. The eruption erased Akrotiri, but immortalized it, sealing its walls so perfectly that pigments still glow today. Visitors walking through its excavated corridors see not ruins, but a civilization paused mid-gesture, a reminder that time can stop abruptly and resume centuries later through excavation. Geologists studying the deposits note that several successive tsunamis followed the main blast, separated by hours. The first stripped vegetation, the second carried debris inland, the third buried everything under layers of marine sediment. The precision of that record allows scientists to reconstruct a timeline, minute by minute. Such clarity transforms myth into measurable history. The day and night of misfortune that Plato described lasted, in geological terms, perhaps less than 12 hours. What the philosopher imagined as moral allegory, nature performed in real time. Even so, the mystery of Thera is not only destructive, The eruption indirectly preserved knowledge of the Bronze Age that would otherwise have vanished. The absence of looting and fire left artifacts intact, revealing domestic life with extraordinary intimacy. Wooden furniture turned to ash molds, storage jars still sealed with traces of olive oil, measuring vessels aligned in cupboards. These details humanize the legend. Atlantis is no longer an unreachable utopia. It is the kitchen of Akrotiri, frozen in mid-use. It reminds us that great losses are measured not only in temples and fleets, but in the quiet precision of daily life. When modern divers descend along the caldera walls, they see layers of pumice hundreds of meters thick, a cross-section of time stacked like pages of a book. Each stratum corresponds to a phase of eruption, a pulse of energy that changed history. Above them, cruise ships glide through the same circular lagoon that once was the island's heart, a living model of the concentric rings Plato would later describe. Whether by chance or by cultural memory, his geometry mirrors the very shape left by the volcano. The sea filled the crater, drew a perfect circle, and left humanity to wonder if the gods had signed their work. No written records from the Minoans describe the eruption, but echoes survive in later Greek myths: the wrath of Poseidon, the sinking of islands, the judgment of gods through fire and water. These tales, repeated across centuries, provided the emotional vocabulary that Plato inherited. He didn't need to invent catastrophe. The landscape around him testified to it. Every sailor who passed Santorini's black cliffs saw proof that land can vanish. Every rumour of earthquakes around Crete revived the memory of that ancient blast. The myth of Atlantis thus became not an invention ex nihilo, but a condensation of collective trauma. Standing today on the rim of Santorini, watching the sea shimmer inside the caldera, it's easy to see why generations believed a city once stood here, proud and doomed. The island is both wound and monument. Beneath the whitewashed villages, the volcano sleeps, and under its ash, the ghosts of Akrotiri continue to breathe. The evidence is irrefutable: a civilization annihilated by earth and water, a circle of sea where mountains once stood. Whether or not this was Plato's Atlantis, it embodies everything his story sought to convey: the fragility of power, the intimacy of disaster, and the eternal dialogue between human ambition and the planet that carries it. In the centuries that followed Thera's eruption, the Aegean world changed hands, languages and gods. Yet traces of that disaster remained written into the stones and habits of the people who survived it. Crete, once the radiant centre of the Minoan network, gradually ceded its power to the more warlike Mycenaean kingdoms of the Greek mainland. Archaeologists, reading this transition in layers of ash, pottery and ruins, recognize that it was not a single conquest, but a slow metamorphosis, a shift from merchants and artisans to warriors and kings. The rhythm of that transformation, both violent and inevitable, echoed the moral cycle that Plato would later describe when he spoke of Atlantis. Virtue turned to ambition, harmony replaced by the thirst for control. For the Minoans, the sea had always been their ally. Their ships linked them to Cyprus, Egypt, and Anatolia, carrying bronze, tin, and luxury goods across calm channels. The architecture of Knossos, with its maze-like halls and frescoes of dolphins, celebrated this mastery of water. But after the eruption of Thera, mastery became dependence. Trade routes disrupted by ash and changing coastlines left the island vulnerable. In the ruins of coastal settlements like Amnisos, layers of marine sediment overlay burnt debris, a signature of tsunami destruction. Inland palaces show signs of hurried reconstruction, as if leaders were trying to restore a sense of order after chaos. That effort worked only for a while. By the 15th century BCE, inscriptions written in a new script, Linear B, began to appear where once there had been only Linear A, the language of the Minoans. The tablets list inventories of weapons, chariots, and rations, clear evidence that a militarized culture had taken root. The newcomers were the Mycenaeans, mainland Greeks, whose fortresses at Mycenae and Tiryns still loom over the Peloponnesian hills. Unlike the labyrinthine palaces of Crete, These citadels were built to withstand siege. Their walls, made of boulders so huge later Greeks called them Cyclopean, embodied a different worldview, one that trusted stone more than diplomacy. The age of open ports gave way to an age of fortresses. Yet even as the Mycenaeans absorbed Minoan techniques, pottery, fresco art, and religious symbols, they inherited something more intangible: memory. Mycenaean myths, later written down by poets like Homer, carry faint echoes of earlier catastrophes. Stories of floods sent by the gods, of lands swallowed by the sea, of cities punished for pride, all reflect inherited trauma from the volcanic age. When the philosopher centuries later imagined Atlantis as both advanced and doomed, he was drawing unconsciously on this cultural sediment. The memory of a vanished maritime empire had never truly left Greek imagination. It had simply changed names. Archaeological evidence from Crete reveals how intertwined those worlds became. At Knossos, tablets written in Linear B record offerings to Poseidon and to a goddess of the underworld, divinities of both sea and earth, forces that had shaped Minoan fate. Shrines near the coast include altars built directly on older Minoan foundations, suggesting continuity rather than erasure. Even the decorative motifs, waves, spirals, and marine creatures persisted long after the old religion had faded. The Mycenaeans, inheriting a scarred landscape, turned that symbolism inward. What for the Minoans had been celebration of the sea became, for them, appeasement. The next phase of Aegean history brings another layer to the Atlantis riddle: how destruction becomes myth. Around 1200 BCE, the century after the height of Mycenaean power, the entire eastern Mediterranean entered a period of collapse. Palaces burned, trade routes vanished, and writing itself disappeared for several centuries. Scholars still debate the causes: earthquakes, invasions, drought, or internal revolt, but the pattern is universal. From Troy to Ugarit, urban life contracted into scattered villages. In Greek memory, this interval became the age of heroes, the backdrop for epics of war and wandering. In geological terms, it coincided with renewed seismic activity around the Aegean Arc. Cities that had survived Thera's fury now faced a slower, cumulative disintegration. When oral poets sang of cities destroyed by divine anger, like Thebes, Troy, or those swallowed by floods, they were not inventing new moral worlds, but reflecting the cyclical reality of their environment. The Aegean region experiences massive earthquakes roughly every few centuries. Each generation inherited ruins without understanding their cause, and myth filled the silence. The earth was alive, and its moods were interpreted through theology. It is within this worldview that Plato's idea of a recurring pattern of rise and fall makes sense, not as supernatural justice, but as cultural memory codified into philosophy. Among the artifacts left by the late Minoans are clay discs and wall paintings showing spiral patterns that archaeologists once assumed were decorative. Some geologists now interpret them as visual metaphors for whirlpools or waves, the same circular imagery Plato later used to describe the canals and rings of Atlantis. In his dialogues, those rings represent order collapsing into chaos, but the motif may descend from literal observation of the sea. Fishermen of the Aegean knew whirlpools intimately. Their mythology personified them as monsters, like Charybdis, who swallowed ships whole. The same spiral appears carved on tombs and shrines, linking death, water, and the eternal return. When Plato shaped his island empire into concentric circles, he was aligning philosophy with a symbol that had haunted the region for a millennium. The moral dimension deepens when we consider Athens itself, the rival city in the Atlantis narrative. Plato portrays it as a model of moderation, a city that resisted temptation and defended freedom against imperial aggression. In historical reality, Athens of the 5th century BCE had become precisely what it condemned, a naval empire extracting tribute from its allies. The philosopher's contrast between virtuous Athens and corrupt Atlantis thus reads as satire directed at his own society. To ground that warning in credibility, He needed examples of real civilizations that had once seemed invincible and then vanished. The memory of Minoan Crete provided the perfect mirror. It was advanced, artistic, and seafaring, yet it fell. For Plato, that was evidence that moral decay and natural catastrophe were two sides of the same law. Archaeological layers at Knossos and other sites show evidence of multiple destructions, not just one. Each rebuilding reused the debris of the previous era, as if the island refused to surrender its identity. Over time, the palaces lost complexity, rooms shrank, and art became repetitive. Decline is visible not as absence, but as simplification. By the time Mycenaean administrators catalogued their stores, they were counting weapons, not artworks. The shift from beauty to bureaucracy captures the essence of what Plato meant by corruption, the replacement of purpose with possession. When the final blows came, they were delivered by nature again. Around 1200 BCE, a series of earthquakes struck the region. Knossos collapsed for the last time. Coastal towns sank into marsh. Some survivors fled to the mainland, carrying their crafts and stories. Others remained, living among the ruins. Centuries later, when Greeks of the Archaic period began to explore those remains, they called them palaces of the gods or of legendary kings. The labyrinth beneath Knossos became the setting for the myth of the Minotaur, a symbol of pride punished, of civilization devoured by its own creation. Through such tales, the memory of the Minoans survived, stripped of history but loaded with meaning. When Plato's readers encountered the description of Atlantis, its grand temples to Poseidon, its channels, its golden statues, they would have recognized echoes of those ruins. The philosopher did not need to travel to Crete to borrow its imagery. It was already embedded in Greek culture. The Minotaur's labyrinth, the fall of proud Minos, the wrath of the sea, all converged into the shape of his doomed island. Atlantis, in this sense, was the moral summary of Aegean prehistory, a synthesis of every loss the region had endured. Geological research confirms that the Bronze Age collapse coincided with significant sea level fluctuations and tectonic instability across the eastern Mediterranean. Trenches near Crete reveal uplifted seabeds and sunken harbours, proof that the landscape itself was rewriting its boundaries. For people who built their identities around trade and navigation, such changes would have felt like betrayal by the elements. Plato's allegory of divine punishment expresses the same sentiment in philosophical language. The gods do not destroy Atlantis out of malice, but because its people forget their limits. The lesson is geological as much as moral. Imbalance leads to rupture. Centuries later, when Greek travellers stood among the ruins of Crete, they saw evidence of an age greater than their own. They called it the world before the flood, the era of giants and heroes. That deep time inspired both awe and anxiety, the same emotions that drive every modern search for Atlantis. The difference is that today we can read the sediment rather than the symbol. We know the dates, the causes, the chemistry of ash, yet the story remains seductive because it speaks to something constant, the fear that progress carries within it, the seed of destruction. So when we trace the lineage from the Minoan eruption to Plato's dialogues, we are not following a chain of fiction but of transformation. A volcano becomes a metaphor, a ruin becomes a warning, and a philosopher turns history into moral architecture. The Aegean, cradle of both myth and science, provides the perfect stage for this metamorphosis. Its islands rise and sink, its people remember and forget, and through them all runs the same refrain: the sea gives and the sea takes back. Every culture that ever lived by the sea has told stories of the world drowning. It is a pattern as old as memory itself, a warning, a lament, and a way to explain why familiar landscapes vanish. After the fall of the Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations, those memories spread like ripples across the Mediterranean, merging with older myths of floods and divine cleansing. By the time Plato wrote, The image of a deluge was already the common language of catastrophe. Yet beneath its symbolism lies something measurable, geological records that show how rivers, seas, and even continents have shifted within the span of human history. Flood myths appear everywhere, not because people shared the same imagination, but because they shared the same experience. The Tigris and Euphrates regularly rose beyond their banks, burying cities in silt. The Nile's annual flood both nourished and threatened Egypt. The Aegean quaked and trembled, lifting and sinking its shores. Archaeologists have long noted how these cycles shaped religion. When the Epic of Gilgamesh described the gods sending a flood to erase humanity's pride, it was echoing earlier Sumerian chronicles that recorded an actual inundation around 2900 BCE, confirmed by sediment layers in ancient Ur and Shuruppak. The event was local, but its emotional impact universal, the moment when human achievement met forces beyond control. Greek mythology carried similar traces. Deucalion, son of Prometheus, survived a divine flood that wiped out mankind, landing his boat on a mountain and repopulating the world by casting stones that turned into people. The details differ from Mesopotamian stories, but the moral is the same. Arrogance invites erasure, humility renews life. In both traditions, water functions as a reset, a cleansing that restarts time. For Plato, who was steeped in these myths, Atlantis represented that process at a civilizational scale. Its destruction wasn't arbitrary punishment, it was the world's mechanism for balance. Modern science gives these tales a factual foundation that their authors could not have known. During the last ice age, sea levels were more than 100 meters lower than today. Vast plains connected Britain to continental Europe, Siberia to Alaska, and Asia to the islands of Indonesia. As the planet warmed, glaciers melted, and those lowlands flooded. The transformation was gradual in geological terms, but sudden in human memory. A generation could watch its coastline retreat kilometre by kilometre, villages swallowed by the rising tide. That experience, repeated across continents, left an imprint deeper than any written chronicle. The collective memory of a world shrinking underwater may be the true origin of the flood myths that appear from the Baltic to Polynesia. Sediment cores from the Mediterranean confirm that major sea level fluctuations occurred throughout the Holocene. Around 5600 BCE, a particularly dramatic event reshaped the map of southeastern Europe. The breaching of the Bosporus, as glacial meltwater filled the world's oceans. Pressure on the natural dam separating the Aegean from the Black Sea built until it failed. Salt water rushed through the strait at a rate thousands of times that of Niagara Falls, raising the Black Sea by nearly 100 meters within months. Geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman proposed that this event inspired the biblical and Near Eastern flood legends. Whether or not it directly influenced Mediterranean myth, it demonstrates how a real geological incident could echo in stories for millennia. The sea literally invaded human consciousness. In Greek thought, such disasters were never purely physical. The earth itself was alive, a single organism with moods and justice. Earthquakes, eruptions, and floods were its language. Philosophers before Plato, like Thales and Anaximander, had already speculated that water was the primal element, the substance from which all others emerged. The idea that creation begins and ends in the sea ran through their cosmology. Against this intellectual backdrop, Plato's Atlantis becomes more than a moral parable. It is a statement about cycles of existence. Civilizations, like coastlines, advance and retreat. What is submerged today will rise tomorrow, and vice versa. Archaeologists studying ancient shorelines around the Mediterranean find physical confirmation of this worldview. Submerged settlements along the Israeli coast at Atlit-Yam and off the Greek island of Pavlopetri show that entire communities once stood on land now under several meters of water. Radiocarbon dating places them between 7000 and 3000 BCE, the very time frame when post-glacial sea levels stabilized. These were not mythic places, they were real villages where people farmed, fished, and buried their dead. Their disappearance demonstrates that lost cities beneath the sea were not extraordinary exceptions, but recurring realities. The human eye, however, sees such slow-motion changes as miracles or punishments. What geology measures in millimeters per year, myth records as a single storm sent by gods. One striking example comes from the ancient city of Pavlopetri, rediscovered in 1967 near the coast of Laconia. Its streets, houses and graves lie preserved beneath 3 meters of water. Studies show that the town was gradually flooded by tectonic subsidence and rising sea levels during the Bronze Age. For its inhabitants, the process must have felt like living through a slow apocalypse, each generation losing another strip of shore. The parallel to Atlantis is immediate. Here was a real Greek city, older than classical Athens, now lying intact beneath the waves. Every diver who visits its submerged avenues walks through the physical counterpart of Plato's metaphor. Flood narratives continued to evolve long after the Bronze Age. The Hebrew Bible, composed in the 1st millennium BCE, crystallized older Near Eastern motifs into the story of Noah. Later, as Greek philosophy spread eastward, these versions intertwined. When early Christian writers spoke of divine punishment by water, they were drawing unconsciously from both Mesopotamian geology and Aegean memory. The universality of the theme ensured its survival. Even in cultures untouched by Mediterranean contact, China, India, the Americas, the same image appears, a deluge wiping the slate clean. Each is a local response to a shared planetary experience, the trauma of landscape loss. The geological record of tsunamis in the Aegean reinforces how frequent such events were. Scientists analyzing sediment in coastal caves near Crete have identified multiple tsunami deposits dating to between 2000 and 1000 BCE. These layers contain marine microfossils mixed with terrestrial soil, signatures of waves up to 10 meters high. Historical sources mention similar disasters in later centuries. In 426 BCE, an earthquake near Euboea generated a tsunami that destroyed villages, and in 373 BCE, the same year Helike vanished. The sea again invaded the land. For Greek societies, catastrophe was not an exception, but a rhythm. Their myths encoded that rhythm in stories of divine floods and sunken worlds. When philosophers like Plato spoke of ages of destruction followed by renewal, they were translating these cycles into metaphysical language. In Timaeus, he describes how the world periodically purges itself, erasing civilizations with fire and water. The survivors rebuild, forgetting what came before. To him, history was not linear progress, but endless repetition, a cosmic tide. Modern geology, with its record of recurring extinction events and plate movements, unknowingly confirms that intuition. The Earth does indeed remember in cycles. Yet myths also preserve human resilience. In every deluge story, survivors emerge. Noah, Deucalion, Utnapishtim. They climb mountains, release birds, and start anew. The pattern insists that destruction is not final. That belief may have sustained communities living along unstable coasts. To rebuild after a flood, people must believe that the world itself allows renewal. Atlantis, in this deeper reading, becomes not only a warning against pride, but a reassurance that rebirth follows loss. The drowned city is tragic, but its lesson is continuity. Modern research into prehistoric shorelines has uncovered submerged forests, river valleys, and even animal tracks preserved beneath the sea. Sonar mapping off Britain revealed Doggerland, a once inhabited plain now under the North Sea. Similar finds near India's Gulf of Cambay and Japan's Yonaguni Ridge show that ancient human activity extended into areas long thought inaccessible. Each discovery adds another layer to the universal flood memory. When people today hear the story of Atlantis, they are responding to that deep genetic recollection of land disappearing, of ancestors forced to move inland, of a horizon that changed shape within living memory. The persistence of these myths reveals how human culture transforms geological time into moral time. Catastrophes that take thousands of years become in narrative a single night of wrath. The gods of flood and earthquake are metaphors for forces that operate beyond comprehension. Plato's genius was to link those forces to ethics. Civilizations fall, not because the earth moves, but because they forget how fragile their ground truly is. His story of Atlantis distilled the physical instability of the Mediterranean into a lesson about balance. In doing so, he gave geological memory a human face. Even now, the Aegean continues to tremble. Earthquakes shake the same fault lines that once split Thera. Scientists recording microseismic activity note that the region's crust shifts by millimeters every year. In the sediment of its gulfs lie silent witnesses, shells, pebbles, layers of clay, each marking a moment when water claimed land. To study them is to read the planet's diary in a language of patience. To translate them into myth, as the ancients did, is to turn patience into meaning. So the next time the story of Atlantis surfaces, remember that beneath its moral and mystery lies this simple geological truth: the sea never forgets. Every myth of deluge, every legend of a city beneath the waves is a footnote in the same history, the history of a planet that breathes through water. The ancients gave that breath a name, a face, and a purpose. We call it myth. They called it memory. On the southwestern edge of Spain, where the Guadalquivir River meets the Atlantic, the land seems to breathe water. Marshes stretch for miles, glittering under the sun like a mirror. To the east rise dry hills. To the west, the ocean's horizon. This is Doñana, a landscape of reeds, lagoons and shifting sandbars, alive, unstable and ancient. Beneath that ever-changing surface, satellites have detected circular patterns, rings and channels that some believe might be the last trace of a forgotten city. The name that immediately attaches itself is inevitable: Atlantis. The fascination with this area began long before radar imaging. Classical writers had spoken of Tartessos, a wealthy kingdom said to lie beyond the Pillars of Heracles, rich in metals and trade. The Greeks considered it mythical until explorers reached Iberia and heard local tales of a riverport civilization that once traded silver and tin with Phoenicians. Archaeologists later confirmed that the lower Guadalquivir basin was indeed home to advanced Bronze Age cultures, their artifacts blending Mediterranean and Atlantic influences. Yet somewhere between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE, Tartessos vanished from history. Its harbours silted up, its name dissolved into legend. Centuries later, that disappearance would collide with Plato's myth in the imagination of modern seekers. If Atlantis lay just beyond the pillars, and Tartessos had stood just there, could they be the same? The idea first gained momentum in the 20th century, when aerial photography revealed geometric shapes under Doñana's wetlands. Some appeared as concentric rings, others as rectilinear grids. Amateur explorers claimed they matched Plato's description of Atlantis's circular canals and walls. It was an intoxicating possibility that beneath the national park's saltwater marshes rested a Bronze Age city wiped out by flood, its remains preserved under sediment for millennia. Professional archaeologists approached the claim cautiously. The Guadalquivir Delta is one of Europe's most dynamic floodplains, constantly reshaped by river shifts, tides and storms. Many of the supposed rings could easily be ancient levees or natural lagoons. Still, the area's long history of habitation made investigation worthwhile. Core drilling revealed layers of marine sediment covering traces of human activity, pottery shards, charcoal, tools, indicating that people had indeed lived here before rising waters drove them inland. Radiocarbon dating placed some of these materials between 2500 and 2000 BCE, aligning broadly with the late Copper and early Bronze Age. That means the region witnessed catastrophic flooding at least twice in prehistory, enough to inspire enduring stories of loss. Geologists mapping the delta's evolution note how the coastline has advanced and retreated repeatedly. 4,000 years ago, the Gulf of Cadiz extended far inland, creating a vast estuary. Over centuries, river deposits gradually filled it, forming the marshes visible today. To ancient observers, such transformations would have seemed supernatural. Whole tracts of farmland could vanish after a single storm, replaced by shallow lagoons. The people of Tartessos, who built near the river's mouth to control trade, would have faced constant struggle against silting and flood. That precarious existence gave their legend its poignancy. A city both real and doomed by geography naturally invited comparison to Atlantis. Excavations near the modern town of Huelva, east of Doñana, have uncovered metalwork of astonishing sophistication, copper ingots, bronze tools, and decorative objects showing Phoenician influence. These finds confirm that a prosperous culture thrived along this coast at precisely the period when other Mediterranean civilizations were taking shape. Inscriptions in both indigenous and foreign scripts hint at a society positioned between worlds, mediating trade across sea and land. Some scholars identify this network as the historical Tartessos, while others call it a constellation of related communities. Whatever its structure, it ended abruptly. Around the 6th century BCE, records of its kings cease. Classical authors, like Herodotus, speak of it only in the past tense. Could a natural disaster explain that silence? Geological cores from the region record a major marine incursion around that time, possibly triggered by an earthquake along the Azores-Gibraltar fault. Tsunami deposits, coarse sand and marine shells mixed with river clay, mark an event powerful enough to have devastated coastal settlements. For modern researchers, this layer of destruction provides a plausible end to the Tartessian world. The parallels to Plato's description of a sudden inundation are striking, though the scale is smaller. Rather than an island sinking in a single night, it may have been a delta drowning over a generation. In 2011, a team led by archaeologist Richard Freund used ground-penetrating radar and satellite imaging to re-examine Doñana's subsurface features. They identified circular and rectangular anomalies under several meters of clay, which they interpreted as possible remnants of fortified structures. Freund proposed that an ancient city, perhaps Tartessos, perhaps Atlantis, was destroyed by a massive tsunami and later remembered through myth. His announcement made headlines but divided scholars. Critics pointed out that the supposed structures could easily be natural formations known as merismas, created by alternating floods and droughts. To them, the evidence was intriguing but inconclusive. Regardless of interpretation, the data underscored a fact beyond debate. This region has repeatedly been reshaped by seismic and hydrological forces. The nearby Azores-Gibraltar fault, the same tectonic boundary that produced the catastrophic Lisbon earthquake of 1755, runs just offshore. Historical accounts from that disaster describe waves 30 meters high, reaching the Andalusian coast. In minutes, ports were obliterated. Multiply such events across millennia, and it's easy to see how a city could vanish here, leaving only geometric ghosts under the mud. Whether those ghosts correspond to Plato's island, or to a more local tragedy, hardly matters. The pattern is identical. The cultural resonance of the idea has been profound. For Spaniards, the possibility that Atlantis lay under their soil intertwines national pride with ancient myth. For scientists, it offers a laboratory for studying deltaic change. And for storytellers, it restores a bridge between mythic imagination and measurable reality. Each satellite pass over Doñana adds more data, refining maps of ancient riverbeds and shorelines. What emerges is a portrait of a landscape perpetually in motion, a fitting metaphor for the shifting boundary between history and legend. The name Tartessos itself carries echoes of the Bronze Age's global network. Trade in tin and copper linked Iberia to the eastern Mediterranean, making it plausible that stories of distant catastrophes like the Thera eruption travelled westward along the same routes. Myths could migrate as easily as metals. By the time Plato wrote, Greeks had long associated the far west with mysterious wealth and sudden loss. Tartessos, half remembered and half drowned, provided the perfect Western mirror to his philosophical fable. Atlantis might never have existed, but Tartessos did, and its disappearance made belief in the other irresistible. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence from the Doñana marshes is a set of circular depressions visible only in satellite imagery during dry seasons. They resemble the remains of hydraulic systems, basins connected by narrow channels. Some researchers propose they were ancient salt pans or fish farms. Others see them as ceremonial enclosures. Either way, their shape unconsciously recalls the concentric rings of Atlantis's capital, described in Critias. Whether this resemblance is coincidence or continuity is impossible to prove, but it shows how natural and human geometries intertwine in the delta's landscape. The river carves circles, the mind completes them. In local folklore, echoes of that drowned world survive under different names. Fishermen speak of submerged walls, glimpsed at low tide, of lights under the water, of bells ringing from below, legends identical to those told for centuries about Helike in Greece. The same pattern recurs. Real floods, embellished by memory, solidify into moral myths. The Andalusian coast, like the Aegean, is a palimpsest of catastrophe. Modern paleoenvironmental studies reinforce how intertwined human settlement and water fluctuation have always been here. Core samples from Doñana show transitions between freshwater marsh, brackish lagoon, and marine bay, each lasting only a few centuries before the next phase erased it. The people who lived in these zones had to adapt constantly, moving inland, rebuilding, or abandoning sites. To live in the Guadalquivir Delta was to live with impermanence. When we read Plato's description of an empire destroyed by earthquakes and floods, we are hearing the philosophical distillation of exactly that lifestyle, the anxiety of those who build on unstable ground. Whether or not Doñana hides Atlantis, it undeniably hides stories of resilience and loss that echo its myth. The landscape itself is an archive, each layer of clay a paragraph, each shift of the river a new chapter. Satellites today do what ancient priests and philosophers could only imagine. They drain the sea with data, revealing patterns invisible from the ground, and every pattern, circular or not, tells the same truth. Civilizations grow where water invites them, and perish when water withdraws its consent. Standing on the observation towers of the modern park, watching flamingos wade where cities might once have stood, you sense that Atlantis's power lies not in proof, but in reflection. The legend persists because it mirrors the real rhythm of human habitation. The rise, the flood, the forgetting, the marshes of Doñana, shimmering with heat and illusion, remind us that the world itself is a storyteller, rewriting its surface with every tide. To look for Atlantis is to look for ourselves reflected in the sea, the same horizon that once carried ships, myths, and migrations. When the focus of the search shifts northward to the shores of Portugal, it is not coincidence. The Atlantic here is vast and restless, its currents ancient, its storms violent enough to remake coasts overnight. For generations, fishermen along the Algarve have spoken of walls under the water, of patterns that appear in sandbanks after winter storms, of ghost cities visible in low tide. Their tales predate sonar and satellites, yet describe a world both familiar and unreachable. Modern exploration of these coasts began in the 1970s, when marine geologists studying seabed topography between Lisbon and the Azores discovered large submerged terraces, hundreds of meters below the surface. They were natural formations, products of shifting sea levels after the last ice age, but their shape, broad plateaus cut by channels, stirred imagination. At the same time, archaeologists on land were uncovering evidence of prehistoric settlements along what had once been an inland plain, now drowned beneath the ocean. Each discovery blurred the line between history and hypothesis. If an advanced community had ever existed beyond the Pillars of Heracles, this would have been its shore. The Lisbon region has always been a meeting point of tectonic power. The collision between the African and Eurasian plates lies just offshore, generating earthquakes that have shaped both geography and collective memory. The most famous, struck in 1755, devastating Lisbon and spawning a tsunami that swept across the entire Atlantic basin. Contemporary accounts describe the sea receding suddenly, exposing the harbour floor, then returning as a wall of water more than 15 metres high. Churches, palaces, and entire neighbourhoods vanished within minutes. The disaster became a philosophical turning point for Europe, forcing thinkers from Voltaire to Kant to reconsider the nature of divine justice. Yet for those who saw it, the event was something older, the sea reclaiming what was once its own. The resonance with the story of Atlantis was immediate and enduring. Historical records show that similar catastrophes had occurred before. Portuguese chronicles from the Middle Ages mention villages swallowed by the ocean, bell towers visible beneath the waves. Geological studies confirm that the Lisbon margin produces major tsunamis roughly every 500 to 600 years. Each reshapes the coastline, depositing sand layers inland and dragging human structures seaward. To the people who lived through them, these were not cycles, but singular judgments, each flood an apocalypse. Such experiences engraved into the region's folklore a fear and fascination with the sea that persists today. Beyond the visible coast lies the Gorringe Bank, a massive underwater mountain range rising nearly 5,000 metres from the Atlantic floor. Its twin peaks, Gettysburg and Ormond, sit directly along the tectonic boundary. Surveys have shown that parts of these mountains were once islands, emerging during lower sea levels, before subsiding again. Erosion marks and ancient beaches at depths of 100 to 150 metres testify to times when they stood above water. Some researchers suggest that human populations during the Ice Age could have used these islands as stepping stones between Europe and the Azores. When the seas rose, they disappeared. If any memory of them survived, it could easily have transformed into a legend of a lost land beyond the Straits. Portuguese historians of the 16th century, inspired by exploration and discovery, often wrote of Atlantis as fact rather than fable. The chronicler João de Barros described the Azores and Madeira as remnants of Atlantis, arguing that their discovery fulfilled ancient prophecy. For sailors venturing westward into unknown waters, such myths provided both motivation and warning. The idea that entire continents could sink fed the imagination of explorers, who believed they might also rise. Even the Age of Discovery, rational and navigational as it was, sailed under the shadow of Atlantis. The geology of the Iberian margin supports the possibility that large-scale subsidence events occurred here in prehistoric times. Core samples reveal repeated episodes of seismic slumping, where massive sections of continental shelf collapsed into deeper basins. One such event, around 8,000 years ago, generated landslides so extensive that tsunamis from them could have reached both sides of the Atlantic. The energy released in such a collapse would rival that of major volcanic eruptions. For ancient coastal communities, the result would have been identical to Plato's image, the ground shaking, the sea boiling, and the horizon vanishing. Further south, along the Algarve coast, the town of Lagos sits above a submerged plateau, known as the Portimão Canyon. Underwater surveys there have found ancient river channels and terraces, indicating that before the Holocene sea level rise, the shoreline extended far beyond its present limit. Archaeologists have retrieved stone tools and fossilized animal bones from depths that would have been dry land during human habitation. These finds confirm that entire landscapes now underwater were once part of the human world, a real foundation for the notion of drowned kingdoms. In recent decades, multidisciplinary teams have combined sonar mapping, sediment analysis, and underwater archaeology to reconstruct what the Atlantic coast looked like 10,000 years ago. Their models show a series of low islands, lagoons, and estuaries stretching from southern Portugal to western Morocco. Rising seas gradually linked and erased them, leaving only capes and shoals. In this light, the legend of Atlantis could be understood as a memory of that vanished geography, Not a single city, but an entire zone of habitation lost to the ocean's slow advance. What makes the Portuguese coast particularly evocative is its ongoing instability. Earthquakes remain common, and the seabed continues to shift. In 1969, a quake of magnitude 8 struck west of Cape St. Vincent, generating another tsunami that reached Morocco and Spain. Although smaller than the one in 1755, it reminded scientists how active the region remains. Instruments placed on the seafloor record constant movement, the earth flexing beneath the Atlantic like a living muscle. To live here is to exist in conversation with that force, a conversation that ancient peoples translated into myth. The nearby Azores Islands offer another dimension to the story. Formed by volcanic activity along the mid-Atlantic ridge, they represent the seam between continents, a literal line where the earth opens. Many Atlantologists have pointed to the Azores as the last visible peaks of Atlantis, while geology shows they are far younger than Plato's timeline. Their dramatic cliffs and submerged plateaus provide a vivid image of islands rising from abyssal depths. Deep-sea cores taken near the Azores reveal layers of ash and pumice consistent with massive eruptions throughout prehistory. Each eruption reshaped the archipelago and temporarily darkened the skies of the North Atlantic. When sailors centuries later encountered these islands, smoking and unstable, they seemed like living remnants of a sunken world. One of the most compelling aspects of the Portuguese hypothesis is the linguistic and cultural layering it invites. The Iberian Peninsula was a crossroads long before classical antiquity, inhabited by Celts, Iberians, and seafaring peoples, whose languages have left faint echoes in place names. Some researchers trace the word Atlantis to pre-Greek roots, meaning island of Atlas, or land by the sea. The myth may have drawn not only from geological memory, but from cultural diffusion, a fusion of Eastern stories with Western geography. Plato, synthesizing both, gave the legend its enduring form. Today, sonar scans of the Goring Ridge and the continental shelf continue to reveal complex topography, terraces, cliffs, and deep ravines carved by ancient currents. To scientists, they are natural. To dreamers, suggestive. The sea floor, like a palimpsest, holds patterns that can be read as either geology or architecture, depending on the eye that studies them. In that ambiguity lies the power of the Atlantis story. It invites both science and imagination to coexist without cancelling each other. Standing on the cliffs of Sagres, where Prince Henry the Navigator once sent ships into the unknown, one can still sense why Plato chose the sea as his stage. Below, waves pound the rocks with the rhythm of centuries. Above, the horizon curves endlessly west. Somewhere beyond that horizon, he placed a world more advanced, more moral, and more doomed than his own, a mirror for every civilization that dares to master nature. The Portuguese coast, shaped by earthquakes and storms, needs no lost city to embody that warning. Its very existence is proof that land and sea are temporary agreements, not boundaries. If there is a lesson buried beneath these Atlantic waters, it is the same one Plato offered and the same one Lisbon learned in 1755, that progress is fragile and that the earth remembers everything. The ruins of past worlds, whether cities or coastlines, do not vanish, they simply sink beyond our sight until curiosity or catastrophe reveals them again. The search for Atlantis along these shores, then, it reminds us that beneath every modern harbour lies an older one, and beneath every myth, a trace of truth eroded but not erased by the tides. When the sea stirs, it does not ask permission. Off the coast of Greece, one night in 373 BCE, the ground split apart, and the waters of the Gulf of Corinth surged inland. The city of Helike, known for its temple to Poseidon, vanished beneath the waves. Witnesses in nearby Aegium saw the earth heave, heard a thunder like the tearing of the world, and watched as the sea rose to swallow streets, altars, and people alike. The next morning, only the tops of trees protruded above the surface. Helike was gone, a living city turned into myth in a single night. For centuries after, fishermen claimed they could see its ruins under the clear waters, shimmering like a mirage. To later generations, it became a real-world Atlantis, a reminder that even within recorded history, the sea has reclaimed its own. Ancient writers left vivid accounts. Pausanias, visiting centuries later, noted that the site still lay underwater, and that bronze statues of Poseidon were visible when the sea was calm. The story carried all the features Plato described in his dialogues: hubris, sudden destruction, and divine retribution. Helike's citizens were said to have angered Poseidon by denying him a statue to be sent abroad. Whether or not that refusal occurred, the coincidence was too perfect for later philosophers to ignore. Here was tangible proof that moral arrogance and geological disaster could intertwine. The fall of Helike became a cautionary echo of Atlantis, played out on a smaller stage, but witnessed by living eyes. Modern science eventually confirmed what the ancients intuited. Excavations in the late 20th century, led by Dora Katsonopoulou and Stephen Soter, uncovered the buried remains of Helike several kilometres inland, not beneath the sea as once believed, but entombed under layers of silt deposited by a massive earthquake and tsunami. Geophysical surveys revealed liquefaction of the soil, a process in which solid ground turns to liquid under intense shaking. The combination of subsidence and flooding produced the illusion of submersion that ancient witnesses described. Sediment cores dated the event precisely to around 373 BCE, matching the historical record, what the philosophers called divine wrath. Geologists now identify as a fault rupture along the Helike Delta. The myth and the measurement converge seamlessly. The rediscovery of Helike did more than solve an archaeological riddle. It demonstrated how stories preserve geological memory. For over 2 millennia, the city's fate had been retold in every language of the Mediterranean, often cited as proof of Atlantis's plausibility. When explorers of the Enlightenment read about a Greek city drowned overnight, they saw in it confirmation that Plato's catastrophe was possible, perhaps even probable. The ground beneath Greece still trembles regularly, reminding locals that the boundary between land and sea is a temporary truce. Helike was not punished by gods, but by geography, yet its story endures because it speaks to the same truth. Plato dramatized, human pride can never master an unpredictable earth. The mechanisms that destroyed Helike are still at work across the Hellenic arc. Greece lies on the collision zone between the African and Eurasian tectonic plates, a region of extraordinary seismic activity. Ancient records mention dozens of earthquakes strong enough to alter coastlines. In 426 BCE, an earlier tsunami hit the island of Euboea. In 227 BCE, another devastated Rhodes. Each event produced stories of divine vengeance, folded into local cults. Shrines to Poseidon proliferated along fault lines, as if religion itself were a map of geological anxiety. The Greeks did not separate the physical from the moral. When the earth moved, it was because balance had been broken. The Helike excavation also revealed how communities adapted after disaster. Layers above the destruction show resettlement within a generation, suggesting that survivors rebuilt nearby rather than abandoning the region. Pottery styles indicate continuity with neighbouring Achaean cities, proof that cultural identity survived even when geography did not. This resilience may explain why stories of floods and quakes always end with rebirth. Deucalion repopulating the world, cities rising again from ruin. The same pattern that terrifies also ensures renewal. The Greeks lived by that paradox, building their sanctuaries on the same trembling ground that had destroyed them. One detail of the Helike myth deserves special attention: the presence of Poseidon. In Plato's Critias, the god is also the patron of Atlantis, fathering its first kings, and shaping the island's concentric rings with his trident. That both cities share the same divine guardian and the same watery fate cannot be coincidence. Poseidon embodied both creation and destruction, the dual nature of the sea itself. He was not merely a god of oceans but of earthquakes, known as Inner Sichthan, the Earthshaker. To the Greeks, the tremor of the ground and the crash of the wave were one and the same gesture of his power. In that sense, every story of a sunken city was ultimately about him. The ruins of Helike tell us something else about human perception. When the city sank, it was not immediately erased. The sea that covered it was shallow and clear. Survivors could look down and still see their temples glimmering beneath the surface, close enough to touch but unreachable. That visibility turned trauma into myth. A destroyed city that vanishes, leaves absence. One that remains half seen becomes legend. Over centuries, as sediments filled the gulf and the coastline advanced, the ruins disappeared completely. But by then the myth had already detached itself from the physical site. Atlantis, though never found, followed the same psychological arc, from memory to mirage to metaphor. Archaeological study of other drowned cities around Greece reinforces this interplay between observation and imagination. Near Pavlopetri at Elefonisos, underwater mapping has revealed entire street grids, preserved under just a few meters of sea. Unlike Helike, this site was not destroyed by sudden catastrophe, but by gradual subsidence and rising waters. Yet to later generations, the distinction mattered little. Whether in one night or over centuries, the result was the same: human architecture overtaken by nature. When Plato wrote that Atlantis lay beyond the pillars and sank in a single day and night of misfortune, he was combining both patterns, the abrupt violence of Helike with the slow drowning of countless coastal settlements. In the wider Aegean world, earthquakes were so frequent that philosophers sought to understand them rationally. Aristotle attributed them to winds trapped underground, while others saw them as the planet's way of exhaling. Plato, ever moral, transformed that natural process into allegory. The universe itself, he believed, maintained equilibrium. When imbalance arose, destruction restored order. To a modern reader, this sounds abstract, but for his audience who lived with tremors, aftershocks, and the memory of Helike, it was tangible wisdom. In the centuries following Helike's fall, travellers continued to report its remnants. The Roman geographer Strabo wrote of a sacred grove and an altar of Poseidon near the submerged site. By his time the sea had retreated slightly, exposing part of the ruin. Later still, during Byzantine and Ottoman eras, local fishermen told of stone columns visible at low tide. Each retelling adjusted the distance, the depth, the clarity of the water, but never the essence. A city punished and preserved by the sea. It remained a moral compass long after its exact location was forgotten. Modern excavations at the Helike Delta have revealed multiple phases of habitation stretching back to the Bronze Age, proving that the area had been continuously occupied for thousands of years. This long timeline bridges prehistory and recorded history, showing how real events evolve into myth through repetition. The earliest levels contain pottery similar to that found in Mycenaean sites, suggesting that the memory of one collapse may have echoed into another. The mythic theme of Atlantis, a civilization undone by its own grandeur, thus resonates not just through imagination, but through accumulated experience. The most poetic element of Helike's rediscovery is how technology fulfilled the ancient dream of draining the sea. Using seismic imaging and ground-penetrating radar, scientists literally peeled back layers of earth to reveal the vanished city. Where Plato envisioned divine floods, modern instruments map sediment flows, yet both seek the same truth, to see beneath the surface. The findings confirm that the Greeks were precise observers. Their stories were not wild invention, but interpretations of events they could not yet quantify. Standing today at the plain where Helike once stood, it is difficult to imagine that the sea once covered it. Olive groves stretch across the land, and the Gulf glimmers several kilometers away. But beneath those fields lie the remains of temples, workshops, and streets, an entire city folded into the soil. The place is quiet, its tragedy long absorbed by time. And yet, when the wind rises from the Gulf, rustling the reeds, one can almost hear the echo of that night, the roar of the earth breaking open, the rush of water, the collapse of certainty. Helike reminds us that Atlantis is not an isolated myth, but a pattern repeated across human history, the same dance of land and sea, pride and loss, recorded in both rock and story. When the sea stirs, it does not ask permission. Off the coast of Greece, one night in 373 BCE, the ground split apart and the waters of the Gulf of Corinth surged inland. The city of Helike, known for its temple to Poseidon, vanished beneath the waves. Witnesses in nearby Aegium saw the earth heave, heard a thunder like the tearing of the world, and watched as the sea rose to swallow streets, altars, and people alike. The next morning, only the tops of trees protruded above the surface. Helike was gone, a living city turned into myth in a single night. For centuries after, fishermen claimed they could see its ruins under the clear waters, shimmering like a mirage. To later generations, it became a real-world Atlantis, a reminder that even within recorded history, the sea has reclaimed its own. Ancient writers left vivid accounts. Pausanias, visiting centuries later, noted that the site still lay underwater, and that bronze statues of Poseidon were visible when the sea was calm. The story carried all the features Plato described in his dialogues: hubris, sudden destruction, and divine retribution. Helike citizens were said to have angered Poseidon by denying him a statue to be sent abroad. Whether or not that refusal occurred, the coincidence was too perfect for later philosophers to ignore. Here was tangible proof that moral arrogance and geological disaster could intertwine. The fall of Helike became a cautionary echo of Atlantis, played out on a smaller stage but witnessed by living eyes. Modern science eventually confirmed what the ancients intuited. Excavations in the late 20th century, led by Dora Katsinopoulou and Stephen Soter, uncovered the buried remains of Helike several kilometers inland, not beneath the sea, as once believed, but entombed under layers of silt deposited by a massive earthquake and tsunami. Geophysical surveys revealed liquefaction of the soil, a process in which solid ground turns to liquid under intense shaking. The combination of subsidence and flooding produced the illusion of submersion that ancient witnesses described. Sediment cores dated the event precisely to around 373 BCE, matching the historical record. What the philosophers called divine wrath, geologists now identify as a fault rupture along the Helike delta. The myth and the measurement converge seamlessly. The rediscovery of Helike did more than solve an archaeological riddle. It demonstrated how stories preserve geological memory. For over 2 millennia, the city's fate had been retold in every language of the Mediterranean, often cited as proof of Atlantis's plausibility. When explorers of the Enlightenment read about a Greek city drowned overnight, they saw in it confirmation that Plato's catastrophe was possible, perhaps even probable. The ground beneath Greece still trembles regularly, reminding locals that the boundary between land and sea is a temporary truce. Helike was not punished by gods, but by geography, yet its story endures because it speaks to the same truth Plato dramatized. Human pride can never master an unpredictable earth. The mechanisms that destroyed Helike are still at work across the Hellenic arc. Greece lies on the collision zone between the African and Eurasian tectonic plates, a region of extraordinary seismic activity. Ancient records mention dozens of earthquakes strong enough to alter coastlines. In 426 BCE, an earlier tsunami hit the island of Euboea. In 227 BCE, another devastated Rhodes. Each event produced stories of divine vengeance folded into local cults. Shrines to Poseidon proliferated along fault lines, as if religion itself were a map of geological anxiety. The Greeks did not separate the physical from the moral. When the earth moved, it was because balance had been broken. The Helike excavation also revealed how communities adapted after disaster. Layers above the destruction show resettlement within a generation, suggesting that survivors rebuilt nearby rather than abandoning the region. Pottery styles indicate continuity with neighboring Achaean cities, proof that cultural identity survived even when geography did not. This resilience may explain why stories of floods and quakes always end with rebirth, Deucalion repopulating the world, cities rising again from ruin. The same pattern that terrifies also ensures renewal. The Greeks lived by that paradox, building their sanctuaries on the same trembling ground that had destroyed them. One detail of the Helike myth deserves special attention: the presence of Poseidon. In Plato's Critias, the god is also the patron of Atlantis, fathering its first kings and shaping the island's concentric rings with his trident. That both cities share the same divine guardian and the same watery fate cannot be coincidence. Poseidon embodied both creation and destruction, the dual nature of the sea itself. He was not merely a god of oceans, but of earthquakes, known as Enosikthon, the earth shaker. To the Greeks, the tremor of the ground and the crash of the wave were one and the same gesture of his power. In that sense, every story of a sunken city was ultimately about him. The ruins of Helike tell us something else about human perception. When the city sank, it was not immediately erased. The sea that covered it was shallow and clear. Survivors could look down and still see their temples glimmering beneath the surface, close enough to touch but unreachable. That visibility turned trauma into myth. A destroyed city that vanishes leaves absence. One that remains half seen becomes legend. Over centuries, as sediments filled the gulf and the coastline advanced, the ruins disappeared completely, but by then the myth had already detached itself from the physical site. Atlantis, though never found, followed the same psychological arc, from memory to mirage to metaphor. Archaeological study of other drowned cities around Greece reinforces this interplay between observation and imagination. Near Pavlopetri, at Elafonisos, underwater mapping has revealed entire street grids preserved under just a few meters of sea. Unlike Helike, this site was not destroyed by sudden catastrophe, but by gradual subsidence and rising waters. Yet to later generations, the distinction mattered little. Whether in one night or over centuries, the result was the same: human architecture overtaken by nature. When Plato wrote that Atlantis lay beyond the pillars and sank in a single day and night of misfortune, he was combining both patterns, the abrupt violence of Helike with the slow drowning of countless coastal settlements. In the wider Aegean world, earthquakes were so frequent that philosophers sought to understand them rationally. Aristotle attributed them to winds trapped underground, while others saw them as the planet's way of exhaling. Plato, ever moral, transformed that natural process into allegory. The universe itself, he believed, maintained equilibrium. When imbalance arose, destruction restored order. To a modern reader, this sounds abstract, but for his audience who lived with tremors, aftershocks, and the memory of Helike, it was tangible wisdom. In the centuries following Helike's fall, travellers continued to report its remnants. The Roman geographer Strabo wrote of a sacred grove and an altar of Poseidon near the submerged site. By his time, the sea had retreated slightly, exposing part of the ruin. Later still, during Byzantine and Ottoman eras, local fishermen told of stone columns visible at low tide. Each retelling adjusted the distance, the depth, the clarity of the water, but never the essence, a city punished and preserved by the sea. It remained a moral compass long after its exact location was forgotten. Modern excavations at the Helike Delta have revealed multiple phases of habitation, stretching back to the Bronze Age, proving that the area had been continuously occupied for thousands of years. This long timeline bridges prehistory and recorded history, showing how real events evolve into myth through repetition. The earliest levels contain pottery similar to that found in Mycenaean sites, suggesting that the memory of one collapse may have echoed into another. The mythic theme of Atlantis, a civilization undone by its own grandeur, thus resonates not just through imagination, but through accumulated experience. The most poetic element of Helike's rediscovery is how technology fulfilled the ancient dream of draining the sea. Using seismic imaging and ground-penetrating radar, scientists literally peeled back layers of earth to reveal the vanished city. Where Plato envisioned divine floods, modern instruments map sediment flows. Yet both seek the same truth, to see beneath the surface. The findings confirm that the Greeks were precise observers. Their stories were not wild invention, but interpretations of events they could not yet quantify. Standing today at the plain where Helike once stood, it is difficult to imagine that the sea once covered it. Olive groves stretch across the land, and the Gulf glimmers several kilometers away. But beneath those fields lie the remains of temples, workshops and streets, an entire city folded into the soil. The place is quiet, its tragedy long absorbed by time. And yet, when the wind rises from the Gulf, rustling the reeds, one can almost hear the echo of that night, the roar of the earth breaking open, the rush of water, the collapse of certainty. Helike reminds us that Atlantis is not an isolated myth, but a pattern repeated across human history. The same dance of land and sea, pride and loss, recorded in both rock and story. Every search for Atlantis ultimately returns to Plato. Yet the words that started it all were never meant as a map. They were philosophy dressed as story, and over 2,000 years later, they continue to be read both as riddle and revelation. To understand why, one must step back into the Athens of the 4th century BCE, an age of uncertainty when the city's confidence had begun to waver, its empire broken by war, its democracy compromised by ambition. It was from that weariness that the philosopher shaped his most enduring myth. And the deeper one reads Timaeus and Critias, the clearer it becomes that Atlantis was less a place than a mirror held up to humanity. Plato begins his tale not with wonder, but with memory. Solon, the wise Athenian lawgiver, travels to Egypt and hears from the priests of Sais about a great power that once ruled beyond the pillars of Heracles. It was vast, technologically advanced, and virtuous until greed corrupted it. Then, in a single night, the earth shook and the islands sank. To Plato's audience, the story felt plausible because it echoed what they already knew from experience. The sea could indeed devour cities, earthquakes could shatter mountains, and human arrogance could bring ruin. But Plato's intent was not historical reconstruction. It was moral architecture. He was asking how societies rise and fall, and what invisible fault lines cause civilizations to crack. The dialogues themselves reveal his method. In Timaeus, the tale of Atlantis appears as a prelude to a discussion about the creation of the universe. The Lost Island is an example, a parable illustrating how divine order collapses when human behavior strays from virtue. In Critias, the description grows detailed, the concentric rings of land and sea, the golden statues, the canals and bridges. Each detail serves a symbolic purpose. The perfect geometry of the island represents harmony between reason and nature. Its destruction represents the loss of that harmony. Plato never finishes Critias. The dialogue breaks off mid-sentence, as if the very act of describing perfection doomed it to sink again. What fascinates scholars is how meticulously he grounds the myth in reality. He gives measurements, directions, even agricultural data. The island's central plain, he says, was oblong and surrounded by mountains descending to the sea. Its soil was rich, its people disciplined, its architecture monumental. Such precision made later readers believe he was describing a genuine memory, preserved from antiquity. Yet to the philosopher's contemporaries, these details were rhetorical devices. Plato's audience would have recognized the pattern, an ideal state degenerating through excess, a cosmic correction restoring balance. It was the same moral rhythm found in his Republic, transposed from politics to geography. The choice of Egypt as the source of the story was deliberate. To the Greeks, Egypt represented deep time, a civilization so ancient it seemed eternal. By placing his tale in Egyptian mouths, Plato granted it authority, while distancing himself from literal responsibility. The priests of Sais serve as guardians of memory, reminding arrogant Greeks that their own history is young compared to the cycles of catastrophe the world endures. Many destructions of mankind have been and will be, one of them says to Solon, by fire and by water. That line is more than narrative framing, it's the philosophical heartbeat of the entire myth. The idea of cyclical destruction was central to Greek cosmology. Empedocles, centuries before, had described the universe as alternating between harmony and strife. The Stoics later spoke of ekpyrosis, the periodic burning of the world, followed by renewal. Plato's Atlantis fits perfectly into this lineage, a demonstration that even moral order obeys cosmic rhythm. The flood that ends the island's glory is not arbitrary vengeance, but natural law. The same divine mechanism that builds harmony also ensures its eventual collapse, forcing creation to begin anew. This, for Plato, is not tragedy, but necessity. The world must forget to learn again. Yet even within his moral framework, he couldn't resist the allure of the tangible. His description of Atlantis' engineering, the vast irrigation systems, the temple to Poseidon sheathed in silver, the walls plated with bronze, reflects an admiration for human ingenuity. The island's people are not caricatures of corruption. They begin as exemplars of discipline and skill. Only gradually do they succumb to wealth, luxury, and conquest. Their virtue faded as the divine element within them was diluted by mortal admixture, Plato writes. That sentence could describe any empire in decline, including Athens after its wars. The myth's genius lies in its universality. Every generation can see itself in Atlantis' reflection. For centuries, readers debated whether Plato invented the story or preserved an older one. Ancient philosophers themselves were divided. Aristotle, his student, reportedly dismissed the island as fiction. Others, like Crantor, insisted it was based on real records kept in Egypt. That split between skepticism and belief has defined the legend ever since. Each new era projects its own anxieties onto the text. Renaissance humanists saw Atlantis as proof of ancient wisdom. Enlightenment thinkers saw it as a metaphor for scientific hubris. Modern archaeologists look for its coordinates in sonar maps. The myth endures precisely because it balances possibility with impossibility, real enough to search for, abstract enough to never find. What is often overlooked is how much Plato's account reveals about Greek knowledge of the natural world. His description of earthquakes and floods is scientifically accurate for the Mediterranean basin. He notes that the sea where Atlantis once lay is now impassable and impenetrable because of a shoal of mud, an image that fits post-tsunami silt deposits. He understood that disasters leave geological traces. Whether by intuition or observation, he anticipated principles that geologists would formalize millennia later. The philosopher who sought eternal forms was also, in his way, an empiricist of catastrophe. His other concern was moral topology, the geography of virtue. Atlantis lies beyond the pillars, outside the known world, because moral corruption begins where knowledge ends. Athens, by contrast, occupies the center of reason, bounded and disciplined. The physical distance between the two symbolizes the gulf between order and chaos. When the island attacks Athens, it is metaphor for the invasion of excess into the realm of balance. The gods, through earthquake and flood, restore equilibrium by erasing the excess. In that sense, the story of Atlantis is less about a lost civilization than about the fragile geography of the soul. Modern interpretations sometimes miss that subtlety. Searching for ruins, explorers overlook that Plato had already told them where Atlantis truly is, in the human pattern of forgetting. Each age builds its own version. The Minoans, Tartessos, the Mycenaeans, even our own coastal cities, threatened by rising seas. The myth repeats because the behavior it describes repeats. The philosopher was warning, not about geology, but about psychology. When societies confuse abundance with virtue, they begin the descent. The earthquakes follow in due time. Still, it's impossible not to marvel at how well Plato's imaginary island aligns with real-world features known today. The concentric plan mirrors volcanic calderas like Santorini's. His time frame, 9,000 years before Solon, conveniently predates the known dawn of complex civilization, but aligns roughly with the great post-glacial floods. Even his references to elephants and rich metal veins fit regions such as North Africa or Iberia. Whether by coincidence or ancestral memory, his fiction sits atop geological truth, like myth atop bedrock. Over 2 millennia later, scientists analyzing ice cores, carbon layers, and tectonic plates find confirmation of the very cycles he described. Catastrophic floods did reshape human history. Earthquakes and volcanoes did erase cultures. The philosopher's moral narrative now reads as a poetic summary of environmental reality. In that reconciliation of myth and science lies the reason Atlantis never fades. It speaks to both parts of the human mind, the rational and the reverent. If you listen closely, the rhythm of his writing carries the same cadence as the waves. Sentences roll forward, pause, and retreat, mimicking the sea he describes. In that rhythm lies an understanding that knowledge itself is tidal. We uncover truths, let them recede, then rediscover them under new names. Atlantis, like wisdom, never stays above water for long. It sinks when forgotten, rises when needed. Plato may not have intended his allegory to last this long, but its structure ensures it will. Today, when satellites chart every corner of the globe, the physical mystery of Atlantis matters less than the philosophical one. What does it say about us that we cannot let it go? Perhaps that we too suspect our own permanence is an illusion. The philosopher's warning still stands. Civilizations, like islands, float only as long as they remember the forces beneath them. Forget the tremor, and the sea will remind you. Atlantis is the echo of that reminder. The moment humanity first realized that the ground itself can think, and that its thoughts are written in water. By the time the Roman world replaced the Greek, Atlantis had already slipped from philosophy into legend. The Romans admired Plato, but preferred practical marvels, roads, aqueducts, empires carved in stone. To them, Atlantis was less a moral parable and more an exotic curiosity, a relic of a vanished age. Yet even as they conquered new lands, they inherited the same anxiety that haunted the Greeks, the sea's power to unmake everything. The empire expanded across the Mediterranean, but its heart remained vulnerable to earthquakes, volcanoes, and floods. Every tremor under their feet was a reminder that Rome itself might one day become the next Atlantis. Nature did not wait long to prove the point. In 79 CE, Mount Vesuvius erupted and buried the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under ash and pumice. The parallels with Plato's tale were uncanny. Prosperous towns, complacent citizens, a sudden catastrophe that erased an entire world in hours. The Roman historian Pliny the Younger, who watched from across the bay, described clouds rising in the form of a pine tree, a column of fire and dust that turned day to night. When archaeologists centuries later unearthed those cities, they found frescoes still vibrant, loaves of bread fossilized in ovens, bodies frozen in final gestures. The imagery was indistinguishable from myth, a thriving society suspended in the moment of its downfall. For the Romans, the eruption carried religious as well as geological weight. Vesuvius had long been thought extinct. Its sudden awakening felt like divine retribution. Temples were rebuilt higher on the slopes as offerings to the gods of fire. The poet Statius wrote that the mountain's fury was punishment for human greed. Just as Plato had warned of pride leading to ruin, Rome's intellectuals interpreted natural disaster as moral lesson. The line between allegory and event blurred again. The ashes of Pompeii became the soil from which Atlantis would later be reborn in imagination. Beyond Vesuvius, other disasters reinforced the same awareness. The earthquake that struck Crete in 365 CE sent tsunamis racing across the Mediterranean, destroying Alexandria and killing tens of thousands. Contemporary chroniclers wrote that the sea withdrew, revealing creatures of the deep only to return with monstrous force. It was the same description given of Helike centuries before. Once more, human arrogance met the mechanics of the planet, and once more, the lesson was recorded as divine correction. Each retelling layered new evidence onto the old myth, until Atlantis ceased to be a single place, and became shorthand for the eternal pattern of hubris and consequence. But the Roman world also bequeathed something new to the legend: engineering. The empire's architects were fascinated by the control of water, its movement, its containment, its transformation into spectacle. They built aqueducts, spanning valleys, fountains that imitated springs, artificial lakes for naval battles. To them, mastery over water symbolized mastery over nature itself. Yet this very confidence echoed the arrogance that had doomed Plato's island. When those aqueducts eventually crumbled and the empire fragmented, later generations saw in the ruins proof that no amount of skill could outlast the patience of the earth. The fall of Rome became the next iteration of Atlantis' warning: power always believes it can defy the tide. During the Middle Ages, the myth drifted quietly through the manuscripts of scholars and monks. Translations of Timaeus circulated among Arab philosophers who read Atlantis not as literal geography, but as allegory for divine justice. In the Islamic world, stories of vanished cities like Iram of the Pillars or Ubar, buried under sand for disobedience, served the same purpose. When those tales reached Europe again through Spain and Sicily, they merged with the older classical tradition. The sea and the desert exchanged places, yet the moral stayed the same. Pride builds monuments, nature levels them. Meanwhile, the memory of real disasters kept the legend alive. The earthquake that destroyed Lisbon in 1755, the most powerful in European history, revived public fascination with drowned worlds. Eyewitnesses described the harbour floor exposed, then engulfed by a wall of water. Churches collapsed, fires spread, and within hours, one of Europe's grandest cities lay in ruins. Philosophers like Voltaire asked how a benevolent universe could allow such suffering. For others, the event seemed to prove that Plato's cycle of destruction had resumed. In popular imagination, Lisbon became the modern Atlantis, a wealthy city punished in a single day and night. Scientific understanding of earthquakes was still centuries away, so moral interpretation filled the vacuum. Priests called it God's judgment. Skeptics saw it as nature's indifference. Either way, the parallels with Atlantis reinforced themselves. As Voltaire wrote bitterly, "Lisbon is destroyed, yet we still dance." The phrase captures the same irony Plato observed. Humanity forgets, rebuilds, forgets again. Even the Enlightenment, with its rationalism and progress, could not escape the emotional gravity of the myth. The more the world learned to measure disaster, the more it recognized the patterns that Plato had already described. By the 19th century, when science and exploration expanded beyond the Mediterranean, Atlantis acquired a new life. The discovery of ancient ruins in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Americas suggested that entire civilizations could indeed vanish and be rediscovered. Archaeology turned speculation into profession. Every lost city from Troy to Machu Picchu seemed to confirm that legends concealed truth. When Heinrich Schliemann unearthed Troy using Homer's Iliad as a guide, believers in Atlantis saw precedent. If poetry could hide a real city, why not philosophy? Explorers began scanning maps for any clue that matched Plato's coordinates. The quest moved from metaphor to expedition. Writers of the Romantic era transformed the legend into symbol of nostalgia for a purer world. Poets described Atlantis as a paradise of harmony, destroyed by the corruption of modernity. Painters imagined marble temples gleaming under translucent water, an image both mournful and sublime. This aesthetic reshaped the myth from warning into longing. Instead of fearing Atlantis' fate, people began to wish for its return. The Industrial Age, with its smoke and iron, made the idea of a lost, enlightened civilization under the sea irresistibly beautiful. Yet amid all the art and speculation, one thread remained constant: the link between catastrophe and renewal. Just as Pompeii preserved the memory of Rome, Atlantis preserved the memory of every culture that disappeared. yet taught by its absence. The pattern of rise, ruin, and rediscovery became the heartbeat of Western imagination. Each scientific breakthrough seemed to mirror that rhythm, knowledge emerging from ignorance, then sinking again into mystery. Even geology, the youngest of sciences, adopted Atlantis's logic when it began describing continents shifting and oceans swallowing land. The myth had turned into a scientific metaphor before anyone noticed. When Charles Lyell published his Principles of Geology in 1830, arguing that the Earth's surface was shaped by gradual but relentless change, readers saw in his diagrams the same cycles Plato had outlined. Lyell, though secular, was describing the same principle, that destruction and creation are not opposites but partners. Later, when Darwin extended that logic to life itself, the resonance deepened. Civilizations, species, and planets all shared the same destiny to evolve, flourish, and fade. Atlantis became shorthand for extinction, a word whispered whenever progress felt too certain. As the modern era advanced, real catastrophes replaced mythical ones. The eruption of Krakatoa in 1883, the San Francisco earthquake of 1906, the tsunamis of 2004, all reenacted the ancient script. With each, journalists invoked Atlantis as shorthand for sudden annihilation. The myth had become not a historical claim, but an emotional vocabulary, the name we give to the moment when nature reminds humanity of its limits. In that sense, the story remains as modern as ever. Every flooded city, every submerged coastline, every glacier collapsing into the sea replays Plato's lesson with geological precision. The most enduring power of the Atlantis myth lies in its adaptability. It can belong to anyone, to philosophers seeking moral order, to explorers chasing evidence, to artists mourning what's lost, to scientists studying planetary change. Its resilience across millennia mirrors the very cycle it describes. The island sinks but never disappears. It re-emerges, transformed in every new context. Rome's ruins, Pompeii's ashes, Lisbon's quake, each added a verse to the same long elegy. And so the Romans were right, without knowing it. Their empire, too, became Atlantis. Its roads now lead to empty fields. Its temples stand as bones of ambition. Its harbours silted and silent. The pattern holds, power builds, pride swells, earth stirs, and the tide completes the sentence. What remains is memory, our most durable architecture. The myth of Atlantis endures because it is not about a lost island, but about the human refusal to accept loss at all. We keep rebuilding the same story on different shores, as if to prove that even if the sea wins, we will not stop dreaming of land beneath the waves. By the dawn of the 20th century, the myth of Atlantis had already completed its first full orbit, from philosophy to religion, from science to story, and was ready for another. This time the search would not unfold in temples or manuscripts, but in laboratories and lecture halls. The new world of modern science was a world obsessed with discovery, and wherever exploration reached its limit, the legend waited. If the old philosophers had used Atlantis to explain morality, the modern age would use it to explain the map itself. The first spark came from the oceans. For centuries, the sea had been thought an empty void between continents, but the invention of the deep-sea cable and sonar transformed that ignorance into curiosity. When engineers began charting the Atlantic floor in the late 1800s, they stumbled upon unexpected topography, vast plateaus, ridges and cliffs rising thousands of meters from the abyss. One formation in particular, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, seemed to run precisely where Plato had said his island once lay, between Europe and America. The coincidence was electrifying. To those who wanted Atlantis to be real, this undersea mountain range was the spine of the lost world, proof that continents might have sunk. Scientists, cautious but intrigued, began to wonder whether continents could indeed shift. Before plate tectonics was understood, theories of land bridges connecting ancient worlds were popular. Geologists speculated that Atlantis could have been one such bridge, linking the old and new worlds before submerging. In 1872, the American writer Ignatius Donnelly seized upon these speculations and published Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. His book combined geology, mythology, and bold imagination, arguing that all major civilizations, Egyptian, Mesoamerican, even Scandinavian, descended from one primordial island lost beneath the Atlantic. He gathered myths of floods, similarities in pyramids, and parallel deities as evidence. For millions of readers, it was revelation disguised as research. Donnelly's work turned Atlantis from academic footnote into cultural phenomenon. His tone, confident and methodical, convinced readers that the case was settled. Scientists, meanwhile, bristled. Geology offered no proof of a sunken continent. The ocean floor, though mountainous, was basaltic and ancient, not the granitic crust of lost land. Yet the public preferred romance to caution. Donnelly's Atlantis became the first global meme, an origin story for all humanity. In his view, the island had been destroyed by a celestial catastrophe, perhaps a comet impact that unleashed floods remembered in every culture. The idea merged myth with the new language of cosmic science. Suddenly Atlantis was not only plausible, but inevitable. At the same time, archaeology was revealing real wonders that blurred the boundary between fiction and fact. The discovery of Troy after centuries of skepticism proved that myth could hide history. Then came Knossos in Crete, unearthed by Arthur Evans in 1900, a Bronze Age palace so complex that Evans believed it inspired the legend of the Minotaur. Its frescoes depicting dolphins and sea trade suggested a maritime civilization both powerful and elegant. Evans himself hinted that the Minoans might be the memory behind Atlantis, a sophisticated island culture destroyed by natural disaster. His theory would gain weight when geologists identified the eruption of Thera, Santorini, as one of the largest volcanic events in human history. The Thera eruption, around 1600 BCE, blasted away the island's center, sent tsunamis across the Aegean, and plunged skies into darkness for months. Archaeologists found entire towns preserved under ash, walls intact, streets swept clean as if abandoned in haste. Here was a real example of a civilization literally vanishing overnight. The parallels to Plato's narrative were uncanny. A prosperous island, known for its concentric harbour and advanced architecture, destroyed by the wrath of the sea. Scientists studying the volcanic layers confirmed that the explosion's magnitude could have wiped out the Minoan economy and destabilized Crete itself. For many, the search was over. Atlantis had been found, not in the Atlantic, but in the Aegean. Still, others refused to let go of the Atlantic vision. Expeditions to the Azores, Canary Islands, and Caribbean multiplied, each seeking ruins that matched Plato's blueprint. Divers returned with tales of underwater walls or pillars, often later revealed to be natural rock formations. Yet the pattern repeated: discovery, excitement, disproof, and renewed hope. The myth proved unsinkable because each generation saw in it what it needed. For explorers, it promised fame. For scientists, a puzzle. For the public, a story that linked them to something primordial. By mid-century, technological advances renewed the chase. With sonar mapping and submersibles, oceanographers began to chart the seafloor in unprecedented detail. The US Navy's Project Famous in the 1970s confirmed that the mid-Atlantic ridge was indeed a volcanic rift, evidence of the planet's tectonic motion. Far from disproving Atlantis, this revelation gave the myth new scientific metaphors. Continents did move, land did rise and sink. The earth was not fixed, but restless. Suddenly, Plato's day and night of misfortune looked like poetic shorthand for plate tectonics. The legend had anticipated the truth by 2 millennia. While scientists mapped the ocean, others turned inward to myth itself. Psychoanalysts like Carl Jung saw Atlantis not as history, but as archetype, an expression of the collective unconscious. To Jung, the sinking island represented the loss of balance between ego and instinct, civilization and nature. It was a dream shared by the species, warning of what happens when consciousness forgets its roots. His interpretation transformed the legend into psychology. Atlantis was not under the sea, but within the mind. The floods we fear are emotional, the ruins our own forgotten wisdom. At the same time, esoteric thinkers like Helena Blavatsky and later Edgar Cayce wove Atlantis into spiritual cosmology. They claimed the island's people possessed psychic powers and advanced technologies, lost after moral decay. Though unsupported by evidence, their visions influenced literature, architecture, and even early science fiction. The image of a radiant, technologically advanced Atlantis resonated with a century obsessed with progress and its dangers. The myth became a mirror again, this time for industrial modernity. Every machine, every skyscraper, every bomb hinted at both creation and collapse. In the 1960s and 70s, when environmental awareness began to rise, Atlantis found yet another voice. Now it symbolized ecological warning, a civilization that destroyed itself by exploiting nature. Writers compared its fall to the deforestation of Easter Island or the pollution of modern cities. The myth's moral had evolved seamlessly with history, adapting from divine punishment to environmental consequence. Once again, Plato's idea of balance between human ambition and natural law proved timeless. Meanwhile, genuine discoveries kept fueling curiosity. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar teams in the early 2000s detected geometric patterns at depths exceeding 600 meters. Some described them as pyramids or roads. Though later scans identified natural formations, the media resurrected Atlantis overnight. In the Mediterranean, submerged towns like Pavlopetri and Baiae provided real evidence of ancient cities lost to the sea. Each new finding blurred the boundary between the mythical island and the geological truth that whole civilizations have indeed been drowned. The metaphor had become measurable. What science finally revealed is perhaps the most profound truth of all. The entire human story unfolds on borrowed land. During the last ice age, sea levels were 400 feet lower. Millions of square kilometers now underwater were once home to people. Every coastline hides its own Atlantis. Villages, temples, forests entombed beneath silt. As sonar and satellite mapping progress, archaeologists expect thousands more sites to emerge. The myth, it turns out, was prophecy. The sea has always been a library, and we are only now learning to read its archives. Even the planet's future seems poised to repeat the pattern. As polar ice melts and sea levels rise, modern cities face the same fate that once befell their ancestors. Scientists predict that by the next century, parts of Miami, Venice, and Jakarta will lie beneath water. The myth circles back to the present, no longer metaphor, but forecast. Once again, human pride has outpaced balance, and nature prepares to correct. The cycle that Plato described, virtue diluted, harmony lost, flood restored, replays in climate graphs and melting glaciers. The legend that began as philosophy ends as warning. Yet, amid all the ruin, the allure remains beautiful. The thought of Atlantis endures because it unites opposites: destruction and discovery, loss and renewal, memory and imagination. Its mystery is not that it sank, but that it refuses to stay buried. Every sonar ping that echoes through the deep is a continuation of Plato's sentence left unfinished. Whether found or not, the island's purpose is fulfilled each time we search, because the act of seeking itself keeps us aware of what the sea can erase. If you close your eyes and imagine the ocean drained, the world below is still moving. Ridges rising, sediments settling, ruins folding back into stone. Somewhere in that vast, shifting expanse lies every story ever told about pride, brilliance, and the moment both dissolve into silence. That, more than any map or coordinate, is the real Atlantis, the mirror beneath the surface, waiting for us to look down and recognize ourselves. In the years after sonar began to chart the depths of the Atlantic, the myth took on a subtler form. It ceased to be only a quest for a sunken continent, and became a question about how civilizations remember. Beneath the ocean, archaeologists began to uncover fragments of the human past that had truly been erased, not by divine punishment, but by the steady patience of rising seas. Each discovery brought the legend closer to reality, proving that the idea of lost worlds was not fantasy, merely incomplete history. One of the first great revelations came not from the Atlantic, but from the English Channel. Off the coast of Norfolk, trawlers had long been pulling up ancient bones and tools from their nets: mammoth tusks, flint axes, fragments of hearths. Scientists realized that these remains belonged to a vanished landscape now called Doggerland, a vast plain that once connected Britain to continental Europe. 10,000 years ago, rivers flowed through its valleys and humans hunted across its grasslands. Then, as the Ice Age ended and the North Sea rose, the land drowned slowly, one generation at a time. To those who lived there, the change must have felt apocalyptic. Fields turned to marshes, villages to islands, and finally all to sea. What remained was memory, the first whispers of a world swallowed whole. In that slow catastrophe, archaeologists see the seed of Atlantis. The people who watched their horizon vanish may have carried the story inland, telling their descendants of the fertile land that disappeared beneath waves. Thousands of years later, their myth would resurface in Greek imagination as a moral tale, but its bones lay in prehistory. Core samples from the North Sea confirm the reality. Ancient peat beds lie hundreds of meters below water, threaded with pollen from vanished forests. What was once dry land now forms the seabed between England and Denmark. Atlantis, it seems, was not unique. It was one among many. Farther south, similar stories emerged from the Black Sea. In the 1990s, marine geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman proposed a startling theory that around 5600 BCE, rising Mediterranean waters breached the narrow Bosporus Strait and poured catastrophically into the freshwater basin beyond. Their calculations suggested a waterfall hundreds of times more powerful than Niagara, flooding thousands of square kilometers in mere months. Sediment cores supported their claim. Marine shells overlay freshwater layers with sudden precision. The event, they argued, could explain the pervasive flood myths of the Near East, from Noah's Ark to Gilgamesh. In essence, they had identified a real-world Atlantis moment, where an entire culture watched its homeland drown. Though debate continues over the scale of that flood, few question its impact. Villages submerged along the Black Sea's coasts bear witness to rapid sea level rise. Archaeologists have found wooden beams, hearths, and tools still embedded in silt. Each piece tells the same story, the sea advancing faster than human adaptation. The people displaced by that deluge likely migrated westward into the Aegean and beyond, carrying memories of a paradise lost to water. When Plato's Egyptian priests spoke of a powerful island destroyed by the gods, they might have been echoing a memory already 10,000 years old. The spread of flood legends across the world reinforces the pattern. In India, ancient Sanskrit texts describe King Manu surviving a great inundation that covered mountains. In China, records of the Great Yu tell of taming waters that had swallowed valleys. Indigenous traditions in Australia recall lands that once joined the mainland before the sea rose. Each story, distant yet familiar, captures the same human reaction to geological truth. Atlantis is simply the Mediterranean's version of a global memory, the story of the planet teaching humanity its first lesson in humility. Modern science has begun to measure the scope of that memory with remarkable precision. Satellite mapping of continental shelves shows that during the last glacial maximum, sea levels were about 120 meters lower than today. Nearly 20 million square kilometers of land, an area larger than South America, now lie underwater. That means entire ecosystems, rivers and settlements have vanished beneath coasts worldwide. From Southeast Asia's Sunda Shelf to the Gulf of Mexico's submerged plains, the pattern repeats. Human presence erased by water, rediscovered only when technology peers below the waves. The more data collected, the clearer the picture becomes. Atlantis was not an exception, but a rule. One of the most striking examples lies beneath the Indian Ocean, near the coast of India's Gulf of Cambay. In 2001, sonar surveys by the National Institute of Ocean Technology detected geometric structures under 40 meters of water. Subsequent dives retrieved artifacts, pottery shards, beads, stone tools, suggesting human habitation dating back as far as 9,000 years. While debates over interpretation continue, the discovery confirmed that advanced settlements once stood on ground now drowned. Whether the site was a city or a collection of villages, its existence revealed a truth long suspected. Early civilizations did not appear only in river valleys, but also on coastlines, now erased. Similar finds followed across the globe. Off the coast of Japan, divers at Yonaguni encountered massive stepped formations, resembling terraces and platforms. Some scientists, like Professor Masaaki Kimura, argue that human shaping is evident. Others insist they are natural sandstone fractures. Yet the debate itself highlights the blurred boundary between nature and culture in underwater archaeology. Even when structures are geological, their geometry evokes design, inviting projection. The mind, encountering regularity beneath chaos, cannot help but see intention. Atlantis persists in that instinct, the refusal to accept randomness in the face of grandeur. Off Cuba's western coast, deep-sea scans revealed symmetrical shapes over 1,000 meters below the surface. For weeks, headlines proclaimed a lost city. Later studies attributed the formations to sonar artifacts and natural ridges, but the story's emotional pull was undeniable. It is no coincidence that these discoveries coincide with humanity's technological reach, extending into the ocean. Each new instrument brings new Atlantean echoes. The sea, after all, rewards curiosity with illusion. What we seek in its depths is as much ourselves as our ancestors. As underwater archaeology matured, its findings began to shift focus from single cataclysms to gradual transformations. Excavations in the Mediterranean uncovered settlements that sank inch by inch as tectonic plates adjusted and sediment compressed. Pavlopetri in Greece, Baiae in Italy, Thonis Heracleion in Egypt, all real, all drowned. Together they form a chain of evidence, proving that Plato's imagination was rooted in a consistent Mediterranean reality. Cities fall to the sea, not once in myth, but again and again in measurable history. Each discovery reinforces the lesson. The boundary between land and water is temporary, negotiated moment by moment. Even the instruments used to study these sites echo the myth's imagery. High-frequency sonar paints the seafloor in luminous blue, revealing roads, walls, and harbour outlines, as if the ocean were being drained before our eyes. Three-dimensional reconstructions let scientists walk through ancient streets long submerged. The result feels uncannily like the vision Plato described, gazing upon a vanished world returned to light. Technology has fulfilled the ancient dream, proving that the desire to see beneath the surface is universal and timeless. Beyond the scientific excitement lies a deeper implication, that the world's true archives lie not in libraries, but in sediments. Each layer of silt is a page recording the moment human ambition met natural change. The floods that once seemed punishment are now understood as the heartbeat of the planet. When researchers study isotopes or pollen trapped in cores, they are reading the autobiography of the Earth. The same story Plato tried to tell with metaphor. His gods were tectonics, his wrath was climate. We have only changed the language, not the meaning. The rediscovery of these drowned landscapes forces a reconsideration of human history itself. Civilization, once thought to have begun around 3000 BCE, may in fact have far older roots hidden under the sea. Pottery fragments, stone walls, and ritual objects from submerged sites hint at organized societies predating Mesopotamia and Egypt. If so, Atlantis becomes less fantasy and more placeholder, a word for everything we have not yet found. Each year, sonar surveys reveal new anomalies awaiting interpretation. Some will prove natural, others unmistakably human. All will remind us how incomplete our story remains. Perhaps that is why Atlantis endures in imagination. It is not merely the memory of a lost world, but the symbol of knowledge still waiting beneath the surface. For every civilization that rises, there are others erased, and for every map drawn, there are coasts yet unseen. The myth whispers that the ocean does not destroy, it preserves, holding the ruins of our beginnings until we are ready to understand them. Plato's island may never surface, but its truth already has, that water is both mirror and memory, and everything we build eventually returns to it. If you could drain the seas completely, you would not find a single Atlantis. You would find thousands, layered like chapters in a book without end, and when the waters returned, as they always do, they would write the next chapter above the last. The myth continues because the planet itself is still writing it. Across the vast Atlantic basin, science continued to peel back layers of salt and myth, but each revelation seemed only to deepen the riddle. The more we learned about the ocean's floor, the more its patterns resembled the ghost of an ancient memory. High plateaus where sunlight once reached, canyons that were rivers, ridges that had once stood above the waves. The sea became an archive, and what it revealed blurred the line between geology and archaeology, memory and imagination. At the center of this shifting frontier lay the Azores, 9 volcanic islands rising like green spires from the mid-ocean ridge. Sailors for centuries had called them the stepping stones of the Atlantic, isolated yet strategically placed between continents. When Portuguese explorers rediscovered them in the 15th century, they found no trace of earlier habitation, yet myths insisted that ancient mariners had known them, perhaps even lived there when the ocean's level was lower. The island's strange basalt cliffs and terraces looked, to early eyes, like the ruins of cyclopean walls. To others, they were the surviving mountaintops of Atlantis itself. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the Azores became a magnet for speculation. Scholars noted how their location aligned with Plato's description. Beyond the Pillars of Heracles, roughly midway between continents, a region scarred by earthquakes and volcanoes. Early soundings revealed deep basins on all sides, and some geologists proposed that the islands were remnants of a larger, now submerged landmass. The theory gained traction when bathymetric maps showed plateaus connecting the Azores to neighboring seamounts. It was easy to imagine that those submerged ridges were once valleys, the drowned heart of a forgotten world. Even as science advanced, the romance persisted. During the 1940s and 50s, undersea cables and submarine expeditions began to measure the Atlantic more precisely. The discovery of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a continuous mountain chain splitting the ocean in two, reignited speculation. The ridge stretched for 16,000 kilometers, its summit sometimes breaking the surface, as islands, the Azores among them. To the public, this sounded like the skeleton of Atlantis rising from the abyss. For scientists, it was something even more extraordinary, physical proof that the Earth's crust moved, spreading apart and creating new ocean floor. Plate tectonics was born from this revelation, turning a mythical idea of a lost continent into the factual concept of shifting continents. Yet even with tectonics explaining the geology, legends of a submerged civilization refused to die. Local fishermen in the Azores told of strange stone formations seen in shallow waters, especially near the island of Thera. In the early 2010s, divers claimed to have found a pyramidal structure resting on the seafloor, perfectly symmetrical and oriented to cardinal directions. Photos circulated, speculation flourished, and once again headlines announced Atlantis rediscovered. Subsequent surveys revealed the formation to be a natural volcanic hill, sculpted by currents and optical distortion. But the myth had already reawakened. The truth hardly mattered, the yearning did. Farther north, in the cold waters, near the Rockall Plateau, oceanographers, encountered another enigma. The plateau, an isolated block of continental crust rising from the abyssal plain, stands like a vast, drowned island between Britain and Iceland. Geological evidence suggests that Rockall was once part of a larger landmass, now sunken by tectonic subsidence. When early bathymetric charts revealed its outline, commentators pointed out its eerie resemblance to Plato's island greater than Libya and Asia together. The comparison was fanciful, yet the coincidence of scale and position stirred imaginations anew. For the first time, science was offering real locations that fit the pattern, though only accidentally. These discoveries showed how myth and measurement coexist, the very tools designed to demystify the ocean. Sonar, submersibles, satellite altimetry ended up feeding the dream. Each map revealed structures that looked man-made, each shadow on the seafloor a potential ruin. The human brain, evolved to find order in chaos, saw in those lines the geometry of memory. It is the same impulse that guided ancient stargazers to trace figures in constellations, the need to connect the dots, to see stories where none were meant. But beneath the romance, hard data was rewriting the history of the Atlantic itself. Cores drilled from the ridge revealed layers of basalt less than 200 million years old, geologically newborn, compared to continental crust. This proved that no true continent had ever existed there to sink. Instead, the ridge was a scar of creation, where magma constantly rose and cooled, widening the ocean. The floor of the Atlantic, far from hiding ancient ruins, was the youngest surface on Earth. If Atlantis had ever existed, it would have been along the continental margins, not the deep abyss. The myth had pointed us toward the right questions, but in chasing it, science discovered something grander, the dynamic life of the planet itself. Even as geology closed one door, archaeology opened others. The Mediterranean, once thought thoroughly explored, continued to yield submerged cities, each one a reminder that the myth's essence was real. Pavlopetri, Helike, Heracleion, these names entered scientific literature as proof that entire urban worlds could vanish underwater. The difference was scale, not possibility. In that light, the Atlantic's drowned ridges became less metaphor and more continuity. Earth's oceans were not graveyards of imagination, they were extensions of history. In 1981, oceanographer Kenneth Chu proposed a radical twist. What if the legend of Atlantis originated not from the Atlantic at all, but from the Black Sea or Mediterranean, then migrated westward through retelling? His Atlantis displacement theory argued that as storytellers transmitted ancient flood memories, geography expanded with imagination. Each generation moved the story farther into the unknown until it reached the open ocean. Like sediment, myth travels, accumulating layers as it drifts. The idea captured scholars' attention because it explained how a single event, say the eruption of Thera, could morph into a global myth over centuries. Atlantis, in this view, was not a place but a process, spreading through cultures like a geological ripple. Meanwhile, deep-sea exploration kept offering metaphors too striking to ignore. When the submersible Alvin descended to the ridge in 1977 and discovered hydrothermal vents, towering chimneys spewing mineral-rich water, scientists were stunned. Around those vents thrived entire ecosystems of strange creatures living without sunlight. It was life built on chemistry, not photosynthesis, hidden beneath crushing pressure. The scene, illuminated by the submersible's lights, looked like an alien city. Columns, smoke, heat, and motion in eternal night. Journalists immediately dubbed it the real Atlantis. Though metaphorical, the phrase captured a deeper truth. Beneath the waves lay worlds as complex and ancient as any civilization. These natural wonders fed new scientific myths, no longer about lost people, but lost possibilities. If life could exist in such extremes, could it have existed long before humans, perhaps shaping the planet's early chemistry? The ocean that once symbolized punishment became the cradle of creation. Plato's story had inverted itself. The abyss was not where worlds ended, but where they began. The philosopher's flood, once divine judgment, now looked like evolution's engine. Modern oceanography thus completes the circle that philosophy began. The story of Atlantis, stripped of superstition, leads inevitably to the study of change, tectonic, climatic, biological. Every mystery once framed as myth becomes data once measured, and yet even with all this knowledge, the emotional resonance remains untouched. The sea still feels ancient, unknowable, moral. Each expedition that descends into the deep carries with it a trace of Plato's awe, the sense that below lies not just geology. Today, researchers using satellite altimetry can map the seafloor from orbit, revealing details once thought impossible. Digital models show the Atlantic's mountains and plains with near photographic clarity. And still, when those maps circulate online, people circle certain shapes and claim to see the grid of Atlantis. The same technology that proves the myth impossible keeps it alive. It's as if the ocean conspires with imagination, offering just enough pattern to sustain belief. That, perhaps, is the real secret of its endurance. Every discovery answers one question and asks two more. If you were to drain the Atlantic completely, what you'd see is not the outline of a lost civilization, but the architecture of Earth's own restlessness. Mountains rising from molten seams, plains stretching where continents once joined, trenches plunging into eternal dark. Yet even in that raw geography, the ghost of Atlantis lingers, because the story it tells is not about what sank, but about our refusal to stop searching. The myth persists because it mirrors our greatest curiosity, the belief that beneath every mystery lies another, waiting to be revealed when the water recedes again. Across the vast Atlantic basin, science continued to peel back layers of salt and myth, but each revelation seemed only to deepen the riddle. The more we learned about the ocean's floor, the more its patterns resembled the ghost of an ancient memory. High plateaus where sunlight once reached, canyons that were rivers, ridges that had once stood above the waves. The sea became an archive, and what it revealed blurred the line between geology and archaeology, memory and imagination. At the center of this shifting frontier lay the Azores, 9 volcanic islands rising like green spires from the mid-ocean ridge. Sailors for centuries had called them the stepping stones of the Atlantic, isolated yet strategically placed between continents. When Portuguese explorers rediscovered them in the 15th century, they found no trace of earlier habitation. Yet myths insisted that ancient mariners had known them, perhaps even lived there, when the ocean's level was lower. The island's strange basalt cliffs and terraces looked to early eyes like the ruins of Cyclopean walls. To others, they were the surviving mountaintops of Atlantis itself. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the Azores became a magnet for speculation. Scholars noted how their location aligned with Plato's description beyond the Pillars of Heracles, roughly midway between continents, a region scarred by earthquakes and volcanoes. Early soundings revealed deep basins on all sides, and some geologists proposed that the islands were remnants of a larger, now submerged landmass. The theory gained traction when bathymetric maps showed plateaus connecting the Azores to neighboring seamounts. It was easy to imagine that those submerged ridges were once valleys, the drowned heart of a forgotten world. Even as science advanced, the romance persisted. During the 1940s and 50s, undersea cables and submarine expeditions began to measure the Atlantic more precisely. The discovery of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a continuous mountain chain splitting the ocean in two, reignited speculation. The ridge stretched for 16,000 kilometers, its summit sometimes breaking the surface as islands, the Azores among them. To the public, this sounded like the skeleton of Atlantis rising from the abyss. For scientists, it was something even more extraordinary, physical proof that the Earth's crust moved, spreading apart and creating new ocean floor. Plate tectonics was born from this revelation, turning a mythical idea of a lost continent into the factual concept of shifting continents. Yet, even with tectonics explaining the geology, legends of a submerged civilization refused to die. Local fishermen in the Azores told of strange stone formations seen in shallow waters, especially near the island of Thera. In the early 2010s, divers claimed to have found a pyramidal structure resting on the sea floor, perfectly symmetrical and oriented to cardinal directions. Photos circulated, speculation flourished, and once again headlines announced Atlantis rediscovered. Subsequent surveys revealed the formation to be a natural volcanic hill sculpted by currents and optical distortion, but the myth had already reawakened. The truth hardly mattered. The yearning did. Farther north, in the cold waters, near the Rockall Plateau, oceanographers encountered another enigma. The plateau, an isolated block of continental crust rising from the abyssal plain, stands like a vast drowned island between Britain and Iceland. Geological evidence suggests that Rockall was once part of a larger landmass, now sunken by tectonic subsidence. When early bathymetric charts revealed its outline, commentators pointed out its eerie resemblance to Plato's island greater than Libya and Asia together. The comparison was fanciful, yet the coincidence of scale and position stirred imaginations anew. For the first time, science was offering real locations that fit the pattern, though only accidentally. These discoveries showed how myth and measurement coexist. The very tools designed to demystify the ocean, sonar, submersibles, satellite altimetry, ended up feeding the dream. Each map revealed structures that looked man-made, each shadow on the seafloor a potential ruin. The human brain, evolved to find order in chaos, saw in those lines the geometry of memory. It is the same impulse that guided ancient stargazers to trace figures in constellations, the need to connect the dots, to see stories where none were meant. But beneath the romance, hard data was rewriting the history of the Atlantic itself. Cores drilled from the ridge revealed layers of basalt less than 200 million years old, geologically newborn compared to continental crust. This proved that no true continent had ever existed there to sink. Instead, the ridge was a scar of creation, where magma constantly rose and cooled, widening the ocean. The floor of the Atlantic, far from hiding ancient ruins, was the youngest surface on Earth. If Atlantis had ever existed, it would have been along the continental margins, not the deep abyss. The myth had pointed us toward the right questions, but in chasing it, science discovered something grander, the dynamic life of the planet itself. Even as geology closed one door, archaeology opened others. The Mediterranean, once thought thoroughly explored, continued to yield submerged cities, each one a reminder that the myth's essence was real. Pavlopetri, Helike, Thonis, Heraklion. These names entered scientific literature as proof that entire urban worlds could vanish underwater. The difference was scale, not possibility. In that light, the Atlantic's drowned ridges became less metaphor and more continuity. Earth's oceans were not graveyards of imagination, they were extensions of history. In 1981, oceanographer Kenneth Shue proposed a radical twist. What if the legend of Atlantis originated not from the Atlantic at all, but from the Black Sea, or Mediterranean, then migrated westward through retelling? His Atlantis displacement theory argued that as storytellers transmitted ancient flood memories, geography expanded with imagination. Each generation moved the story farther into the unknown, until it reached the open ocean. Like sediment, myth travels, accumulating layers as it drifts. The idea captured scholars' attention because it explained how a single event, say the eruption of Thera, could morph into a global myth over centuries. Atlantis, in this view, was not a place but a process, spreading through cultures like a geological ripple. Meanwhile, deep-sea exploration kept offering metaphors too striking to ignore. When the submersible Alvin descended to the ridge in 1977 and discovered hydrothermal vents, towering chimneys, spewing mineral-rich water, scientists were stunned. Around those vents, thrived entire ecosystems of strange creatures living without sunlight. It was life built on chemistry, not photosynthesis, hidden beneath crushing pressure. The scene, illuminated by the submersible's lights, looked like an alien city, columns, smoke, heat, and motion in eternal night. Journalists immediately dubbed it the real Atlantis. Though metaphorical, the phrase captured a deeper truth. Beneath the waves lay worlds as complex and ancient as any civilization. These natural wonders fed new scientific myths, no longer about lost people, but lost possibilities. If life could exist in such extremes, could it have existed long before humans, perhaps shaping the planet's early chemistry? The ocean that once symbolized punishment became the cradle of creation. Plato's story had inverted itself. The abyss was not where worlds ended, but where they began. The philosopher's flood, once divine judgment, now looked like evolution's engine. Modern oceanography thus completes the circle that philosophy began. The story of Atlantis, stripped of superstition, leads inevitably to the study of change, tectonic, climatic, biological. Every mystery once framed as myth becomes data once measured, and yet, even with all this knowledge, the emotional resonance remains untouched. The sea still feels ancient, unknowable, moral. Each expedition that descends into the deep carries with it a trace of Plato's awe, the sense that below lies not just geology, but memory. Today, researchers using satellite altimetry can map the seafloor from orbit, revealing details once thought impossible. Digital models show the Atlantic's mountains and plains with near photographic clarity, and still, when those maps circulate online, people circle certain shapes and claim to see the grid of Atlantis. The same technology that proves the myth impossible keeps it alive. It's as if the ocean conspires with imagination, offering just enough pattern to sustain belief. That, perhaps, is the real secret of its endurance. Every discovery answers one question and asks two more. If you were to drain the Atlantic completely, what you'd see is not the outline of a lost civilization, but the architecture of Earth's own restlessness. Mountains rising from molten seams, plains stretching where continents once joined, trenches plunging into eternal dark. Yet even in that raw geography, the ghost of Atlantis lingers, because the story it tells is not about what sank, but about our refusal to stop searching. The myth persists because it mirrors our greatest curiosity, the belief that beneath every mystery lies another, waiting to be revealed when the water recedes again. The search for Atlantis, once confined to the imagination of philosophers and explorers, began to dissolve into a broader truth, that the story of the sea reclaiming land is not ancient myth, but ongoing reality. Every coastline holds its own version, written in tides and sediments. To trace those patterns is to uncover a deeper continuity, one that links Plato's allegory to the modern science of climate, tectonics, and extinction. The story was never about one lost island, but about how the planet forgets and remembers. The evidence lies everywhere if you know how to read it. Beneath the shallow waters of the Mediterranean, sonar has drawn maps of entire worlds, erased from human memory. Along the coast of Israel, divers uncovered the remains of Atlet Yam, a Neolithic settlement preserved under 8 meters of sea. Its stone walls still stand. Its hearths still contain charcoal from fires extinguished 7,000 years ago. At the center of the site lies a circle of megaliths, limestone pillars arranged around a spring, suggesting ritual as well as survival. Around them skeletons rest in graves, their bones undisturbed. They belong to farmers and fishermen who lived at the edge of the Holocene sea level rise, the moment when ice melted and coasts advanced. To them, the flood was not metaphor, but inheritance. Geologists examining the seabed around Atlet Yam found pollen from submerged peat beds, evidence that the land had once been fertile marshland. Radiocarbon dating traced the drowning to around 6900 BCE, when Mediterranean waters surged after the last ice sheets collapsed. The event was not sudden enough to erase life overnight, but fast enough to leave generations haunted. As their fields filled with salt and their houses sank, Those people may have watched the horizon swallow their past. The memory of that loss, passed down through millennia, could easily have evolved into the archetype of Atlantis. Myth often begins where memory ends. Farther east, the ruins of Thonis Heracleion repeat the pattern on a grander scale. For centuries, the city existed only in Greek legend, a place where Heracles was honoured and Helen of Troy once sought refuge. Then, in the early 2000s, French archaeologist Franck Godio's sonar scans revealed an entire metropolis beneath the bay of Abu Qir near Alexandria. Columns, temples, harbour walls, statues, all preserved beneath the sediment of the Nile Delta. When divers brushed away the silt, they revealed inscriptions naming both Thonis, the Egyptian name, and Heracleion, the Greek, confirming they were the same city. The cause of its submersion proved geologically familiar: subsidence, liquefaction, and gradual rise of sea levels. What had been sacred ground became seabed. The recovery of Thonis Heracleion changed more than archaeology. It redefined how myth and geography interact. For 2 millennia, scholars dismissed the city as legend. Now its stones rest in museum halls, silent proof that stories once dismissed as impossible can be buried truths. The revelation also blurred lines between Atlantis and history. If one great city could lie forgotten beneath the water, why not another? The myth gained credibility not through confirmation, but through pattern. Similar discoveries echo along the coasts of Italy, Turkey, and Tunisia. Off Baiae, once the resort of Rome's elite, marble villas and mosaics now lie beneath 10 meters of water, preserved by the same volcanic subsidence that feeds the nearby Phlegraean fields. In Turkey's Lake Van, divers found a massive fortress, Euratian in design, hidden beneath the surface for nearly 3 millennia. Even inland seas are archivists of lost architecture. Each structure tells the same story in a different dialect. The earth moves, water follows, memory endures only if someone dives. Beneath the Black Sea, researchers from the University of Southampton mapped over 60 shipwrecks, perfectly preserved in anoxic depths, some dating to the Byzantine era. Their hulls, masts, and rigging remain intact, frozen in dark water that never sees light or oxygen. These vessels, carrying grain, marble, and wine, represent trade routes that once stitched continents together. To study them is to study the heartbeat of a vanished economy. They too are Atlantean in essence, machines of connection stopped mid-motion, preserved at the moment of silence. Yet even as we discover these ruins, we are creating new ones. The same rising seas that revealed the past now threaten the present. In the deltas of Bangladesh and the Mekong, millions already live at the mercy of tides. In the Arctic, entire villages are being relocated as permafrost melts. The conditions that birthed the first flood myths are repeating, only faster. Scientists call it coastal retreat. Poets call it return of the water. Either way, the process is identical to what Plato described, an imbalance followed by correction. The cycle continues, scaled to an age of satellites. Oceanographers studying modern submersion patterns use the term rapid relative sea level rise, a phrase that sounds clinical but means catastrophe. Where tectonic subsidence meets climate change, water can advance by meters within a lifetime. The Sundarbans mangrove forests in South Asia, home to millions and to endangered species, are eroding at rates unseen in recorded history. Entire islands, Lower Chara, Suparibanga, have already disappeared from maps. For their former inhabitants, the legend of a world lost beneath the sea is not a story but a daily headline. The mythology of Atlantis is becoming anthropology again. Meanwhile, scientists continue to search for earlier instances of the same pattern in the deep past. Cores drilled from the Mediterranean's floor show cycles of desiccation and reflooding. Around 5 million years ago, the sea itself vanished when the Strait of Gibraltar closed, turning the basin into a salt desert. Then, when the barrier collapsed, Atlantic waters roared in with unimaginable force, refilling the basin in what geologists call the Zanclean Flood. Models estimate that the torrent would have carved canyons kilometers deep and refilled the Mediterranean in less than 2 years. It was the ultimate prototype of Plato's vision, an ocean reclaiming an entire world in a single convulsion of the earth. The myth scale, once dismissed as exaggeration, mirrors a geological truth written in stone. What makes these revelations remarkable is how they converge across disciplines. Geology provides mechanism, archaeology provides evidence, and mythology provides memory. Together they form a continuous story of the Earth's impermanence. Where Plato spoke of divine punishment, science speaks of dynamic equilibrium. Both describe the same thing, the planet's way of resetting itself. The difference lies only in language. The moral endures. In this understanding, Atlantis ceases to be a curiosity and becomes a symbol of continuity between epochs. The people who watched Atlit Yam drown, the Egyptians who built Thonis Heraclean, the Romans whose villas sank at Baiae, all belong to the same lineage as those who now build seawalls in Miami or Jakarta. Civilization has always been an argument with water, temporary by design. The myth survives because it describes not an event but a condition, the perpetual negotiation between stability and change. As researchers reconstruct coastlines lost to prehistory, they begin to see how migration, innovation, and myth are intertwined. Floods displaced populations, forcing adaptation. Adaptation birthed invention. Invention gave rise to story. The tale of Atlantis may thus mark the moment humanity first recognized itself as part of the planet's rhythm. It is both warning and testament, a chronicle of how we learn through loss. Even the smallest discoveries reinforce this connection. A fragment of pottery raised from a seabed, a pollen grain trapped in silt, a stone tool found under coral, all are time capsules of adaptation. They show that humans have never been merely victims of disaster, but participants in transformation. The same floods that erased homes also created fertile deltas, new coastlines and new beginnings. Atlantis, viewed through this lens, is not tragedy but metamorphosis. At the edge of the scientific and the poetic lies an understanding older than both. That memory is geological. Every layer of sediment records not just minerals, but moments. Each flood a punctuation mark in the story of life. In tracing those layers, we do what Plato did with words. We translate disaster into meaning. His myth was a philosophy of time, disguised as a tale of pride. Modern science, by confirming the cycles he intuited, has only deepened its truth. If one could stand on the seafloor and look upward through the centuries of water above, the view would be of civilization itself, stratified, shimmering, always reaching for light. In that perspective, the legend becomes almost literal. Atlantis was never a lost world beneath us. It was always the water above, reminding every generation that permanence is the rarest illusion of all. The sea does not keep secrets, it keeps records. And as long as humanity continues to read them, through science, myth, or art, the story of Atlantis will never end. It will simply change depth. By the time the 21st century reached its midpoint, the search for Atlantis had transformed from an expedition into mystery to a meditation on knowledge itself. What began as a hunt for a single city had become a mirror reflecting how humanity confronts uncertainty. Every new discovery, each sonar anomaly, each sunken ruin, each myth reinterpreted, added not closure but depth. The legend endured because it adapted, expanding to fit every era's fears and hopes. And nowhere was that evolution more visible than in the growing alliance between history and technology. The ocean, once impenetrable, was now a landscape of data. Satellites measured its surface to the millimeter. Deep-sea robots traced its contours like cartographers of the abyss. Yet even with that precision, one truth became unavoidable. The sea still hides more than it reveals. According to UNESCO estimates, more than 3 million shipwrecks and submerged sites lie undiscovered. Each one carries a fragment of human history sealed away from air and light. In that sense, Atlantis was never one city, it was the sum of all lost things. Among the most striking examples is Pavlopetri, the Bronze Age port of southern Greece, whose story threads through the myth's core. When archaeologists first mapped it in detail, they realized it represented a turning point in human civilization, an urban settlement planned with streets, courtyards, and drainage systems more than 5,000 years old. The site predates Homer's Troy by centuries, proving that organized maritime trade existed long before classical history began. Excavations revealed clay figurines, pottery workshops, and large storage jars, once filled with olive oil and wine. In life, it was a bustling market town. In death, it became a fossilized heartbeat beneath the sea. Researchers from the University of Nottingham used 3D photogrammetry to digitally reconstruct Pavlopetri's layout, recreating the shadows and light of its streets as if the water had been drained away. The results were startlingly intimate, doorways aligned with solstice light, courtyards arranged around communal wells, traces of domestic rhythm surviving in ruin. What myth had described as perfection, archaeology had translated into daily life. The citizens of this real Atlantis were not gods punished for arrogance, but ordinary people adapting to geography and trade. Yet when the seabed shook under earthquakes around 1100 BCE, their world vanished, abruptly enough to inspire legend, slowly enough to be forgotten. Helike too embodies that dual rhythm of history and myth. Once a thriving Greek city dedicated to Poseidon, it disappeared one winter night in 3730 BCE, swallowed by an earthquake and a tsunami. Ancient writers like Pausanias recorded how the ground liquefied and the sea covered the ruins, leaving the bronze statues visible beneath the waves. Centuries later, fishermen claimed to see them glinting through clear water on calm days. When archaeologists rediscovered Helike's remains in the 1990s, buried under silt, they confirmed the eyewitness accounts, almost word for word. The city had sunk precisely as the ancients said, proof that memory, even when stylized into myth, often preserves geological truth. Plato wrote the Timaeus and Critias barely a decade after Helike's destruction. It is entirely possible that he drew on that catastrophe to frame his allegory of Atlantis. Such parallels illustrate how myth functions as early science. Before tectonic theory, humans explained earthquakes as divine retribution. Before climate models, they told stories of floods and wrathful seas. But within those metaphors lay accurate observations, ground subsidence, liquefaction, rapid inundation. The myth of Atlantis encoded natural laws long before the language to describe them existed. In decoding it, modern scholars uncover not fantasy, but the intuitive geology of ancient minds. While the Mediterranean offered concrete ruins, the Atlantic continued to yield geological intrigue. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar readings in the early 2000s revealed symmetrical formations over 600 meters below the surface. Descriptions spoke of rectangular patterns and pyramidal shapes. For months, speculation flared that an ancient city had been found at impossible depth. Later analysis identified the images as sonar interference and natural rock. But the excitement captured something deeper, the human craving for discovery that borders on faith. Each new claim, however fleeting, became a ritual reenactment of the original search. The line between imagination and evidence grows thinner at the edges of exploration. When divers photograph strange formations off the Bahamas or the Azores, they enter a conversation older than science itself, the dialogue between what is seen and what is believed. In the Bahama Banks, divers in the 1960s discovered long rectangular blocks of stone off the island of Bimini. To believers, it was the Bimini Road, a sunken causeway leading to Atlantis. To geologists, it was a beachrock formation fractured by tides. Both descriptions contain truth. Nature does imitate architecture, and human minds are wired to interpret geometry as intention. The sea plays to that bias perfectly. But the myth's endurance is not just about visual illusion. It's also about emotional gravity. Every civilization carries within it a story of loss, a record of the moment it realized nature was larger than itself. For Mesopotamia, it was the flood of Utnapishtim. For the Maya, the collapse of their cities into jungle. For modern humanity, the melting ice and rising tides. Atlantis is the universal shorthand for that realization. Its details shift across cultures, but the moral remains constant. Knowledge without humility invites correction. As the world's shorelines now recede, the legend's symbolism becomes unavoidable. Researchers studying coastal erosion often invoke Atlantis, not as metaphor, but as warning. In Bangladesh, families displaced by encroaching water call their new floating communities cities on water. In Venice, sensors measure the city's gradual descent millimetre by millimetre. Every king tide that floods the Piazza San Marco is a reenactment of Plato's tale, performed not by gods, but by physics. The myth that once cautioned philosophers now speaks to climatologists. What makes Atlantis particularly potent in this context is its dual nature. It belongs equally to science and to story. Philosophers interpret it as a lesson in ethics, geologists as allegory for tectonic truth, environmentalists as prophecy. Each discipline claims a piece of its meaning because the myth itself is flexible enough to contain them all. That adaptability is why it has survived from the scroll to the screen. The idea of a world erased yet remembered satisfies both intellect and emotion. It promises rediscovery even in loss. Technology amplifies that promise. Today, high-resolution mapping can reconstruct drowned landscapes with uncanny precision. Projects using LiDAR and multi-beam sonar have revealed ancient riverbeds beneath the North Sea and submerged temples off Egypt's coast. The resulting models allow researchers to walk through virtual reconstructions of lost worlds. When displayed in museums or documentaries, these digital spaces evoke the same awe that once surrounded Plato's dialogues. In virtual form, Atlantis has indeed been raised, an act of resurrection through data. But as our instruments grow sharper, a subtler realization emerges. The boundaries of Atlantis are conceptual, not geographic. It is the place where human certainty meets natural transformation. The legend endures because it captures that collision, the moment when creation becomes catastrophe and back again. Every scientific discovery about sea level rise, tectonic shifts, or ecological collapse adds another layer to its meaning. What Plato framed as divine punishment, modern science interprets as planetary feedback. The myth predicted our current conversation with the environment, one about balance, consequence, and continuity. In that sense, every drowned ruin and every flooded coast adds a verse to the same epic. The pattern that began in Helike and Pavlopetri now extends to New Orleans and Jakarta. The language changes, but the structure remains. Hubris, warning, fall, remembrance. Atlantis is not behind us, it is beneath us, in both the literal and moral sense. Each satellite image of encroaching tides is another page in its story. The more humanity understands the mechanics of its world, the more it circles back to the humility embedded in that old myth. The philosopher's city that fell in a day and night becomes a mirror for our age of acceleration, when decades reshape coastlines and data replaces memory. Perhaps Plato never meant us to find Atlantis. Perhaps he meant us to realize that we were building it all along. In the end, the ocean's greatest secret is not what it hides, but what it reflects. That loss and discovery are the same process viewed from opposite sides of time. The water covers, the mind uncovers. The myth survives because the tide never truly stops rising. By the time the 21st century matured into an era of satellites and climate graphs, the question, "Where was Atlantis?" had quietly transformed into, "What does Atlantis mean now?" The search had evolved into something larger, an inquiry into the memory of the planet and the impermanence of all civilizations. For centuries, people had imagined the lost city as a singular place, but modern science, tracing the scars of vanished coastlines, suggested it was a recurring pattern, what Plato imagined as punishment. Earth performs as process. Every age inherits its own version of the flood. You can trace that inheritance through the ruins, now mapped across the Mediterranean's floor. Off the coast of Italy, near the Bay of Naples, archaeologists walk through the submerged remains of Baiae, the ancient Roman resort that once hosted emperors and poets. 2,000 years ago, its terraces glimmered with marble baths and villas. Today, divers swim between the same mosaics, the same columns, their colours dulled by algae. The cause was not a sudden catastrophe, but a quiet geological one. Volcanic activity beneath the Phlegraean fields caused the ground to sink gradually, dragging the shoreline with it. The Romans even recorded the process. Seneca wrote of temples, half in the water, half out. Over centuries, Baiae became its own Atlantis, not in legend, but in slow motion, sinking grain by grain. The pattern extends beyond Italy. In the eastern Mediterranean, off the coast of Cyprus, researchers mapped an area of seabed where circular depressions and terraces mark what may have been Bronze Age harbour structures. In the Aegean, sonar reveals drowned quarries, where workers once cut marble for temples now long gone. Each site, once above water, now exists as a ghost suspended in the present, too distant to inhabit, too vivid to ignore. Archaeologists catalogue them, geologists date them, and philosophers recognize the repetition. Cities rise and fall, and water remembers every line they ever drew. Further west, along Spain's coast near Cadiz, the Doñana wetlands preserve layers of sediment that tell their own tale. Here, between the Guadalquivir River and the Atlantic, scientists discovered ancient sand rings, visible from space, concentric patterns eerily similar to Plato's description of Atlantis's circular capital. For decades, local traditions had whispered that an ancient civilization lay buried beneath these marshes. Excavations revealed shards of pottery, traces of stone foundations, and signs of catastrophic flooding. Yet, as always, the evidence cut both ways. Some scholars saw proof of a Bronze Age trading port lost to a tsunami, others dismissed it as natural fluvial formations. The balance between possibility and skepticism mirrored the legend's essence, enough coincidence to compel, enough doubt to endure. That tension between faith and fact is what keeps Atlantis alive. Every confirmed discovery seems to generate another layer of ambiguity. When sonar scans reveal regular shapes, they invite belief. When science explains them, belief migrates elsewhere. The myth adapts like a current, flowing around obstacles, reshaping itself with every generation. It has survived philosophers, emperors, explorers, and now algorithms. Its strength lies in being unsinkable. The deeper scientists probe the seafloor, the more they realize how temporary land itself is. Continental shelves, once green with forests, now lie hundreds of meters below. In the Indian Ocean, coral reefs colonize the ruins of ancient shorelines. Off Japan's coast, terraces carved by Ice Age rivers are visible beneath crystal water, reminders that the boundary between earth and sea is only a snapshot in geologic time. To humans, the loss of a city is tragedy. To the planet, it is rhythm. That scale shift from mythic punishment to natural cycle transforms the moral of Atlantis from cautionary tale to cosmic truth. But what truly changed the search was technology's power to simulate the impossible. Using bathymetric data and 3D modeling, scientists can now drain entire seas virtually, revealing what the Mediterranean, the Caribbean, or the Atlantic might look like without water. These visualizations, rendered in glowing blue and ochre, are eerily close to Plato's vision, rings of land, islands, valleys, and plateaus rising into light. They are scientific tools, yet they carry poetic weight. For the first time, humanity can see what only imagination once could. Every pixel is both revelation and echo. One of the most haunting of these simulations recreates the ancient landscape of the Sahara when it was green. Satellite radar has uncovered buried river channels beneath the desert, showing that before 5000 BCE, vast lakes and deltas once stretched across what is now arid sand. The discovery gave new context to ancient Egyptian and Berber legends of the Sea of the West, a fertile land drowned or dried by divine will. It suggested that Atlantis might not have sunk at all. It might have turned to desert. Catastrophe, after all, wears many faces. Whether water rises or retreats, it leaves behind the same silence. At the same time, climate scientists studying global sea level changes are finding eerie parallels between ancient floods and modern projections. Core samples from Greenland and Antarctica reveal that during previous warm periods, sea levels rose more than 6 meters higher than today. Entire coastal plains vanished, along with the evidence of the cultures that may have lived there. These records act like the geological diary of Atlantis, repeated entries in an unending cycle of rise and fall. The myth, it seems, was less prophecy than memory written deep in the Earth's archives. Yet, despite the vast scale of the data, the human element never disappears. Divers exploring the submerged city of Thonis Herakleion describe the feeling of drifting above stone streets, once crowded with merchants and priests. The silence, they say, is absolute, but not empty. It hums with a presence that feels older than time. Every artifact they touch, a coin, a statue, a temple doorway, is a conversation between epochs. It reminds them that civilization's footprints, though fragile, can outlast empires when sealed in water. The ocean, paradoxically, preserves what it destroys. This preservation has given modern archaeology one of its most powerful paradoxes. The deeper a city lies, the more perfectly it endures. Wood rots in air, but survives in anaerobic mud. Metals corrode on land, but remain stable in silt. Even pigments, shielded from light, retain their colors. In the depths, time slows. The cities that sank millennia ago are often in better condition than those we still inhabit. Atlantis, as metaphor, thus represents more than loss. It symbolizes the eternal archive of the sea, the library that never burns. That idea reshapes how historians think about progress. For centuries, civilization was defined by permanence, by the ability to build monuments that resisted decay. But the underwater record tells a different story. Impermanence is universal, and renewal comes from transformation, not resistance. Every sunken site is evidence that collapse is part of continuity. In that light, Atlantis becomes not a warning against hubris, but an affirmation of evolution. It shows that even in ruin, the essence of humanity, curiosity, adaptation, story survives. Perhaps that is why the myth refuses to settle. It has travelled from temple to manuscript to cinema to simulation, and each form has uncovered a new truth. Philosophers found morality in it. Explorers found geography. Scientists found geology. And now the digital age finds reflection. We no longer search for Atlantis in the depths of the ocean, but in the depths of our data, in the questions we ask about permanence, memory, and consequence. If you look closely, you can see the legend everywhere, in the flooded cathedrals of Venice, in the reefs overtaking sunken warships, in the glacial melt carving new coasts. Every act of submersion is another verse in the same poem. The earth is writing it constantly, line by line, tide by tide. And perhaps that's the final revelation, that Atlantis never sank once and for all. It is always sinking somewhere, just as it is always being rediscovered somewhere else. The ocean does not keep Atlantis as a secret. It performs it as a cycle, an endless reminder that everything humans build eventually becomes part of the landscape they once feared. In that realization lies a quiet grace, to know that what vanishes is not gone, merely transformed into history's next layer. The legend endures not because it was true once, but because it keeps becoming true again. By now, the line separating the myth of Atlantis from the measurable world has almost disappeared, not because the city has been found, but because its story has become the framework through which humanity understands both the past and its own future. Each new discovery, geological, archaeological, or climatic, feels like another verse written in an ancient poem whose author might well be the planet itself. What began as Plato's philosophical warning has unfolded into a planetary autobiography told in waves and ruins. From the Caribbean to the Mediterranean, the ocean's archives continue to surface quietly, one fragment at a time. Near the coast of Alexandria, the submerged quarter of ancient Egypt's capital still yields treasures that alter history books with every season. Divers working at the eastern harbour recovered colossal granite statues that once guarded temples, pharaohs, gods, and queens lying side by side in the silt. Radiocarbon dating and stratigraphy show that parts of the city collapsed during a sequence of earthquakes and tsunamis between the 4th and 8th centuries CE. The sea consumed streets where Cleopatra once walked. In the same waters where the myth of Isis and Osiris was born, archaeologists find tangible proof of how empires end, not in fire but in silence, beneath sediment. The realization that whole capitals can vanish without memory challenges the assumption that our world is stable. It also bridges imagination and evidence. The very images Plato described, temples drowned, kings forgotten, knowledge lost, are reflected perfectly in the sunken landscapes of Alexandria, Baiae, and Thonis Heraclean. Myth, it seems, was simply the ancient form of data compression, a story encoded to survive, even when its specifics were erased. What archaeologists unearth today is not the lost city itself, but the truth that made such a story inevitable. In 2015, oceanographers from Spain and Portugal mapped another region that seemed to echo Plato's geography, a chain of low-lying elevations near the Gulf of Cadiz, shaped in concentric patterns by ancient river mouths. Ground-penetrating radar showed that these formations were natural, mudflats shaped by tidal flow, but their symmetry was striking. The data sparked brief excitement, yet the true revelation lay in what the measurements implied. Even natural forces, left to their own rhythms, recreate the geometry of myth. Circles, rings, and channels repeat because water always seeks balance, and in doing so, it mimics design. The ocean builds its own architecture of memory. Further west, off the Moroccan coast, geophysicists studying the Spartel Bank continued their analysis of seismic cores and sediment layers. The data confirmed what earlier expeditions had suggested, that 12,000 years ago a small island had indeed existed there, later submerged by rising seas. It had freshwater deposits, pollen traces from land plants, and evidence of erosion consistent with human presence nearby. There were no ruins, no roads, no temples, but the geological conditions matched Plato's setting with uncanny precision. The story, stripped of its grandeur, might have begun with a real island, drowned in a real flood, its memory magnified across generations, until it became a myth large enough to fit the world. And then quietly another truth emerged. The more researchers searched for the origin of Atlantis, the clearer it became that its true location might not be a single point on the map, but an evolutionary milestone in human consciousness. The legend marked the moment when humanity began to see itself as vulnerable to nature's power. Before Atlantis, floods were acts of gods. After Atlantis, they became lessons. The myth introduced the idea that civilizations could fall not through divine anger, but through their own imbalance, a concept that echoes with unsettling clarity in the modern age. In this light, Atlantis becomes a psychological mirror. Anthropologists studying oral traditions note that flood myths often coincide with shifts in climate or technology. Each tells of a people who built too much, too fast, without understanding their environment. When the water rose, they saw it not as punishment, but as proof that the world was alive. In retelling these stories, descendants kept the warning alive long after the geography was forgotten. Plato's account, written in the 4th century BCE, was not the beginning of this narrative, it was its renewal. Across the Atlantic, evidence of similar stories continues to surface. The Olmec civilization of Mesoamerica spoke of a great land swallowed by the sea, and Polynesian chants recall islands cut off by angered waters. Even the Inuit, in the Arctic's opposite extremity, preserve tales of coasts lost to sudden floods. These parallels demonstrate how deeply the pattern of rise and fall is imprinted into cultural memory. When the last ice age ended, humans everywhere experienced the same transformation: coastlines retreating, rivers expanding, islands vanishing. Each community crafted its own Atlantis, its own testimony to impermanence. The convergence of myth and measurement has given new urgency to how scientists read the planet's future. As ice sheets melt and temperatures climb, modern flood models look uncannily like Plato's map of concentric destruction. The projections show New York's lower Manhattan underwater by 2100, Venice losing its foundations, Jakarta sinking faster than it can rebuild. Each forecast resembles an echo of the story told in the Critias: wealth concentrated in shining capitals, hubris blinding foresight, and nature reclaiming what was borrowed. The old allegory is becoming a new dataset. Yet alongside the warnings, there are lessons of endurance. The ruins beneath the sea are not merely symbols of failure. They are proof that memory outlives disaster. When archaeologists excavated the harbour of Thonis Heracleion, they found ritual objects still aligned along temple axes, suggesting that the city's final moments were not chaos but ritual continuity. Even in collapse, humans preserved meaning. That resilience may be the truest legacy of Atlantis, not arrogance punished, but knowledge preserved beneath ruin. Modern oceanography has given that preservation a new dimension. Instruments now detect the faint magnetic signatures of ancient coastlines buried hundreds of meters below sediment. Each reading adds another contour to the invisible map of prehistory, expanding our sense of how many Atlantean worlds have come and gone. In these submerged layers, scientists read the echoes of lost migrations, forgotten trade routes, and vanished ecosystems. What mythology once summarized as a single cataclysm, geology now describes as an eternal pulse. In a way, Atlantis has already been found, not as ruins, but as rhythm. It exists wherever the sea touches memory, wherever human ambition meets the patience of nature. It lives in the coral-encrusted stones of Baiae, in the silt of Helike, in the faint sonar reflections of the Spartel Bank. It even lives in the satellite images that show our own cities glowing at night, fragile islands of light surrounded by darkness. From space, modern civilization already looks like a chain of Atlantean archipelagos, bright, temporary, and waiting for the tide. The continuity between past and present extends beyond metaphor. Geologists have shown that the same tectonic forces that sank Helike are active today along the same fault lines. The crust beneath the Aegean still shifts, sometimes centimeters each year. In that movement lies a quiet message. The Earth does not forget. The forces that erased one generation's achievements will eventually test another's. But unlike the ancients, we now possess the knowledge to foresee and adapt. Whether we choose to use it determines whether our story ends as tragedy or transformation. The myth's final lesson is not about destruction, but about remembrance. For all its talk of divine punishment, Plato's Atlantis was also a meditation on renewal. The philosopher concluded that wisdom is born not from certainty, but from humility, the same humility that science demands today. Each discovery beneath the waves reinforces that truth. The ocean is not our adversary, but our archive. It holds not only the evidence of our fragility, but the proof of our persistence. Standing at the edge of any coast, you can feel that inheritance. The horizon is the same one Plato's ancestors watched, the same one that will face our descendants. Every tide is a rehearsal of loss and return. Every wave, a reminder that the world is both destroyer and teacher. The story of Atlantis, retold through centuries of exploration and inquiry, has become the story of humanity's relationship with change itself. We are, all of us, temporary islanders in time. And perhaps that is the ultimate revelation. Atlantis was never meant to be found, only understood. It is the symbol of what the sea does to memory, and what memory does to time. As the world warms and coasts withdraw, we are writing our own version now, one that future civilizations may discover beneath the waves and call by another name. They will find traces of our towers, our harbours, our instruments of knowledge, and they will wonder, as we do, how could such a civilization vanish? The answer will be the same it has always been, because the ocean never stops remembering. The deeper you follow the trail of Atlantis, the more it begins to resemble a reflection, not a destination, but a mirror held to humanity across time. Every century has seen its own version sink. Minoan palaces buried in ash, Roman villas swallowed by the sea, ports of empires consumed by the deltas that once made them powerful. The ocean is patient, indifferent, and exacting. What it takes away, it preserves. What it buries, it remembers. And perhaps that, more than the question of whether Plato's island was real, is the truth people have been chasing for 24 centuries, the memory of ourselves, suspended in water. When divers descend into the submerged harbours of the Mediterranean, they describe a strange stillness, no sound, only the pulse of their breath, the sensation of time halted, bronze anchors, amphorae, staircases leading nowhere. Every artifact seems to breathe underwater, perfectly preserved. In those quiet corridors of silt, the past doesn't feel gone, it feels paused. Archaeologists say that studying these ruins is like conversing with the dead without tragedy. Everything is right where it fell, frozen in the moment the tide took it. That's the paradox of the deep. Oblivion and immortality coexist. The myth begins and ends with light falling through depth. In every retelling, Atlantis is radiant, a city of gleaming metals, of balance and harmony before the waves reclaim it. That radiance, historians note, is symbolic of order before collapse, a vision of what humanity strives for and inevitably disturbs. But the sea, in its unending motion, teaches that destruction is never total. Light still reaches the ruins, refracted, bending around loss. The same water that erased the city makes its rediscovery possible. In the early 2020s, archaeologists and climate scientists began collaborating more directly, treating submerged ruins not as isolated curiosities, but as time capsules of adaptation. Off India's Gulf of Khambhat, sonar mapped vast stretches of drowned terrain, dotted with geometric anomalies. Artifacts recovered, tools, ceramics, beads, dated to nearly 9,000 years ago. Whether these belonged to a single city or scattered villages, they forced a re-evaluation of early urbanization. Civilizations, it seemed, had been rising and falling along coasts long before the textbooks began. Humanity has always built closest to water, even as it has always fled from it. But beyond data, the ocean story is emotional. Every culture facing the sea has carried its own version of loss. In Japan, the Ainu tell of islands swallowed by storms. In Scandinavia, sagas speak of kingdoms beneath the fjords. In West Africa, griots remember coastal villages consumed by tides. Across languages and centuries, the same rhythm repeats: prosperity, imbalance, descent, remembrance. The universality of that pattern suggests that Atlantis is not myth at all, but the planet's oldest lesson told in every shoreline's retreat. Modern instruments reveal this with unprecedented clarity. Multi-beam sonar paints the seafloor in lines of data that form landscapes unseen for millennia. Satellite altimetry reconstructs river deltas buried under continental shelves. Even the faintest magnetic traces reveal ancient shorelines now hundreds of meters below. Through these tools, the planet's autobiography becomes legible, a narrative written in sediment instead of script. When Plato described Atlantis as vanishing in a single night and day of misfortune, he was writing in metaphor what geology records in layers, change so vast it appears instantaneous only in hindsight. Even today, the myth reverberates in modern architecture and thought. Engineers designing flood-resistant cities often refer to Atlantean planning, the philosophy that assumes impermanence as a design principle. It accepts that no wall is final, no foundation eternal. Buildings in Rotterdam, Singapore, and Jakarta now float or rise with the tides. These are the living heirs of the legend, cities that have learned to breathe with water rather than resist it. Where Plato's Atlantis sank from pride, these new ones survive by humility. That instinct explains why Atlantis endures, even when disproved, why scientists and storytellers chase it across maps, databases, and dreams. The myth's resilience mirrors the resilience of its subject. Civilizations fall, but curiosity survives. The same impulse that drove ancient sailors to explore the horizon now drives satellites to scan the abyss. Both acts spring from the same question: what lies beyond the known? Atlantis, whether real or symbolic, is humanity's oldest answer, the promise that the unknown remembers us too. In that light, Atlantis transforms from fantasy into inevitability. Every shoreline is a future ruin, every floodplain a potential myth. The pattern is mathematical. Sea levels rise, deltas shift, earthquakes reshape the coasts. What we call tragedy is simply the earth turning its own pages. And yet, within that inevitability, lies something uniquely human. The compulsion to remember, to mark what was lost, to retell it until it becomes a story powerful enough to defy erasure. That reflection deepened after subsequent disasters: tsunamis in Japan, hurricanes in the Caribbean, rising tides in the Pacific. Each event reignited the old conversation about hubris and humility, control and surrender. Scientists speak of resilience zones, policymakers of managed retreat, but beneath those technical phrases lies the same ancient awareness: the ocean always gets the last word, and that word, as it turns out, is not vengeance, but continuity. What the sea swallows, it folds into history. In 2005, when Hurricane Katrina flooded New Orleans, satellite images showed neighborhoods submerged in patterns, eerily resembling concentric rings. Commentators drew the comparison immediately: a modern Atlantis. The phrase, though poetic, carried truth. Here was a city of music and invention, undone not by mythic wrath, but by human miscalculation. The moral returned intact. Imbalance between human design and natural force leads to loss. Plato's Allegory had simply changed setting, from marble to asphalt, from the Aegean to the Gulf of Mexico. The sea, of course, remains indifferent. It continues to reclaim land at its own pace, swallowing coasts and revealing others. Off the coast of Louisiana, where wetlands retreat by tens of meters each year, locals already speak of ghost parishes, towns whose streets now lie beneath shallow waves. Fishermen still cast their nets over where churches once stood. In Iceland, volcanic islands rise from the water even as others erode. Creation and destruction are simultaneous. The earth has always practiced both arts at once. Perhaps that is why the legend closes not in despair but in wonder. Beneath all its tragedy, Atlantis invites reverence for the vastness of time. It reminds us that impermanence is not failure but participation, that every flood, every collapse, every rediscovery is part of a larger conversation between humanity and the earth. The myth teaches that forgetting is temporary, and that even the deepest silence eventually speaks. Even in myth, Atlantis was said to have influence long after its fall. Plato wrote that fragments of its knowledge survived in Egypt, passed down through priests to the Greeks. In that sense, the story itself is the city's survival. Ideas, unlike stone, do not drown. The ruins that remain beneath our oceans are silent testaments to that continuity. Every amphora retrieved, every inscription deciphered, is the city resurfacing in thought. The ocean becomes both grave and womb, where civilizations end and where understanding begins. Imagine the sea drained once more, not by divine will, but by curiosity. The ocean floor would stretch out like an open book, every ridge and valley a chapter in the history of becoming and vanishing. You would walk among the remains of lost coastlines, see riverbeds that once nourished empires, touch the outlines of cities long rewritten into coral, you would realize, as the ancients did, that nothing truly sinks. It only waits for a different kind of light to reveal it again. If there is any revelation left after 22 centuries of searching, it is this: Atlantis was never a place to be found, but a truth to be understood, that all things built by human hands are temporary, but the desire to understand them is eternal. The myth endures because it belongs not to the sea, but to the part of the human spirit that refuses to stop asking what lies beyond the horizon. And then, when the waters returned, the book would close softly, keeping its stories intact beneath the surface. Perhaps somewhere within those pages, Plato's ideal city does rest, not of gold or marble, but of memory, the place where every civilization, ancient or modern, contributes its own layer to the seabed of time. And so, as the tides rise and fall, the story continues, each generation glimpsing its reflection in the moving water, mistaking it for the city itself, and realizing, perhaps too late, that they were looking at their own world, mirrored back through time.